Поставим един микрофон там.
No? Okay. We are on. Ladies and gentlemen, the first session will be held in Bulgarian and English. So who needs an interpretation devices, they are over there. На който му трябват слушалки за превод, моля оттам да вземе.
Jetzt haben wir einen Platz dazwischen frei. Das ist ja auch komisch. Aber Jordan, sorry, there's one empty. Dobre došli skipi gosti. Dear Irina, oops, it's loud. Dear Irina, Jordan, Mr. Gospodinov, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to welcome you on behalf of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and its media program for Southeast Europe to our today's conference on disinformation in Southeast Europe. Disinformation is a topic that we as a media program are very much involved with. The targeted dissemination of deliberate fake news is an important component of a hybrid warfare. But you know, disinformation is not a new phenomenon. Disinformation existed hundreds years ago. Today, however, it has become much more widespread and powerful to a high extent due to the internet and social networks in particular. Moreover, the spread of fake news has increased in recent years. And with the COVID pandemic and, of course, the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine, it has reached new dimensions. Disinformation and fake news are, it must be said so clear, the digital plague of our time. They threaten our democratic societies, they polarize, divide and destroy, and mostly they are oftentimes deliberately produced and disseminated for precisely this reason. Russia, in particular, has made this dirty game a permanent component of its policy at the international level. The Kremlin has repeatedly tried to divide liberal democratic societies and to influence elections and political decisions in other countries with targeted campaigns. But also, domestically, disinformation is repeatedly used in many countries to discredit political opponents. This shown also by our brand new study, Blurring the Truth, Disinformation in Southeast Europe, which we are presenting today at our conference. Many thanks to our guest lecturer on disinformation at Sofia University, Dr. Christopher Nehring, who curated this book. The countries in Southeast Europe in particular seem highly vulnerable to disinformation campaigns, poorly financed mainstream media, less developed media competence, and a low level of trust in the work of journalists provide an ideal breeding ground for the spread of false information. At the same time, simmering ethnic and historical conflicts, which are here unfortunately widespread, are ideal starting points for fueling tensions, sowing mistrust, and further destabilizing fragile societies. All of us, whether politicians, scientists, celebrities, influencers, teachers, craftsmen, or even us journalists, we must always be aware of how quickly we can become so-called useful idiots. It is not the source of disinformation that is a problem. It is the spreaders. And no, there are no alternative facts, and we should never accept a post-truth era in which feelings and personal convictions are more important than facts and the truth. It's absolutely clear. Democracy relies on pluralism. It needs pluralism. That is, many opinions that lead to a decision in the social process. But the information through which we form our opinion must be true. It has to be true, especially when used as a basis for making political decisions. Anything else would be fatal. We need a much greater awareness of how to recognize this information, where it comes from, and what it can do to our societies. We need more enlightenment, media literacy. We need more and better quality journalism, and above all, better funding. Thank you to our cooperation partners, the Sofia Security Forum and the Association of European Journalists. Thank you to you, Mr. Gospodinov, that you be our today's keynote speaker. Thank you to all panelists and moderators. And of course, thank you to our guests for showing your interest in this so important topic. Welcome all. I'm looking forward to our conference, and I wish you all an excellent and productive day with fruitful debates. Thank you for your attention. Danke für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit.
Добър ден на всички участници, господин Зитих, господин Божилов, господин Господинов, Ваши превъзходителства, госпожи и господа. Благодаря на Фондация Конрад Аденауер за поканата към Асоциацията на европейските журналисти България да партнираме в съорганизирането на тази конференция по толкова важна тема, която стои пред обществото ни. Само ден след поредните предсрочни пети поред парламентарни избори, можем сериозно да се запитаме каква е ролята на дезинформацията в кампанията и в продължаващото подкопаване на доверието в демокрацията. В новия парламент на България ще влязат 3 партии, които предлагат радикални референдуми с претенцията сериозно да преобърнат посоката на България. Референдуми от типа на тези, които извадиха Великобритания от Европейския съюз или промениха сериозно политическата система и принципите на политическия модел в една от майките на демокрацията – Съединените американски щати. Размиването на фактите, създаването на несигурност, объркването е първата стъпка към разколебаването на мисленето, което поставено върху несигурните пясъци на недоверието, води до рязка промяна в поведението. Това е начинът да накараш един човек да предприеме вредни за самия него действия. Какво остава за едно общество, което умело навигирано към разколебаването, към увеличаването на недоверието, може да предприеме стъпки, които да доведат до сериозни загуби от постигнатото от него или да обърнат рязко посоката му. България е страна, която от 2017 година се оказва изключително, за жалост, подходящ пример за силата на дезинформационните кампании. За относително кратко време, с добре организирана отвътре и отвън дезинформационна кампания, един финален жест на ратификация на Конвенцията срещу домашното насилие, припомням, беше умело предотвратен в резултат на мощна атака срещу недоразбраното понятие джендър. Освен в социалните мрежи, страхът от така нареченото митично същество джендър се просмука сред голяма част от политическите формации, включително тези, които имаха здраво и нормално отношение по темата и следваха европейските ценности. Бележка под линия за присъединяване и ратификация на Истанбулската конвенция призовават Европейската комисия и Европейският парламент. Страхът от джендъра обаче премина като черна лястовица през институциите и отлетя, стигна и до Конституционния съд. Последствията не закъсняха. Образно казано, в жертва на мощната дезинформация паднаха стратегията за децата, цели групи от населението в един учебен миг, първи учебен ден, спряха децата си от училище, за да не би да им ги вземат норвежците, в кавички. Защото социалните служби в Норвегия бяха обстойно представени като зловещата сила на Запада, който краде деца и ги откъсва от родителите им. Един наратив, който се среща на изток, основно в Русия. Връщам назад картината с тези стари примери, не защото няма нови, а защото дезинформацията е всъщност машина на времето, връщане назад в тайните килери на посткомунистическа България. На България, член на Европейския съюз и НАТО, тъй като останаха затворени килери с скелетите на страха. Страха от Запада, умело култивиран по времето на бившия режим, се възроди. Войната срещу Украйна доведе до активиране на целия потенциал на спящите структури на миналото, възбуди позабравени мрежи и стереотипи, умело подхранвани с нови наративи и нови страхове, продуцирани от Кремъл. Страната ни се оказа лесна плячка за тези разкази и заради скелетите в килерите. един от тези дезинформационни разкази, а именно, цитирам, че подкрепата на Украйна е влизане във война, край на цитата, намери широко и високо, от най-високо ниво политическо изговаряне. Друг подобен разказ, че върви, цитирам, мобилизация на българи, за да се пратят на фронта, край на цитата, намери опровержение от институциите за щастие. Много други разкази обаче си пробиват път и през изказванията и действията на заинтересовани политически лица и лица облечени във власт, регионална или национална. Дезинформацията пробива тъканта на обществения дебат не без помощта на заинтересовани политически лица и не без помощта, за жалост, и тук камъните са в нашата градина, не без помощта на медиите. Дълго време култивирания бизнес модел на зависимост на медиите от тесните и твърде близки отношения между техните собственици и властта даде своите плодове. Липсата на независима редакционна политика в големите медии, даже когато те формално бяха частни като собственост, систематично водеше до промотиране на съдържание, в което имаше елементи на скрито властово, ако не платено продуктово политическо позициониране, съдържание. Дезинформацията, изричана от политически фигури на власт, минаваше като топъл нож в масло в публичната тъкан на обществото ни, напълно необезпокоявано. Обиждани и систематично неглижирани от съдебната система и от политиците, малкото на брой независими журналистически разследвания, медии и журналисти се удряха в стената от липса на реакция, не водеха до никъде. Лошата журналистика се оказа добра почва за цъфтежа на дезинформацията. Има ли основания за оптимизъм? Има. Защото тук всичко е видимо. Войната срещу Украйна го направи абсолютно откровенно и прозрачно. И защото има хора, медии и желание за възстановяване на истинската мисия и истинското лице на журналистиката. Да се проверяват фактите, да се следват професионалните и етичните правила, да се възстанови доброто име на журналистиката е кауза, за която ви уверявам, че си струва да се борим в България. Струва си да правим нещо. Показва го и опита ни в Асоциацията на европейските журналисти. Не сме мислили, например, че в рамките на 3 дена ще съберем нужните средства за адвокатските разходи по един от най-големите искове за сега в историята на българските медии. За 1 милион лева. Половин милион евро, заведен от голяма застрахователна компания срещу малко независимо онлайн медийно издание, срещу Медиапул. Дезинформацията е проблем не само пред малка България, а и тя не е толкова малка. Информационната война обаче не е само тук. Виждаме плодовете и в Западна Европа, виждаме плодовете и в Съединените американски щати. Това, което обаче знаем, е, че има начин за противодействие, а първата стъпка е осъзнаването на това какво се случва. Знаем и какво да правим, всеки в своята градинка, хората, които сме тук. От Асоциацията на европейските журналисти създадохме първата независима платформа в България за проверка на фактите, factcheck.bg. Правим една мрежа от обучения по медийна грамотност, партнираме в различни инициативи, свързани с критичното мислене, в тренинги на журналисти за използване на инструментите за факт-чек в редакционната им работа. Правим една анкета, единственото в България, изследване вътре в рамките на журналистическата общност за променящите се форми на натиск. Благодарни сме на всичките ни чуждестранни партньори и организации, които подпомагат нашата дейност. Реагираме на политическите и икономическите опити за ограничаване на критичната журналистика в България. Знаем, че има смисъл. За нас от Асоциацията на европейските журналисти в България е чест да партнираме на Фондация Конрад Аденауер и на Софийския форум за сигурност в това начинание и желаем успех на конференцията Замъгляване на истината, дезинформацията в Югоизточна Европа. Благодаря ви.
Уважаеми Хендрик, уважаема Ирина, Георги Господинов, уважаеми посланници, дами и господа, това не е първото мероприятие, в което медийната програма за Юго-Источна Европа на Фондация Конрад Аденауер, Асоциацията на европейските журналисти и Софийския форум за сигурност си сътрудничат. Днес е важен ден за евроатлантическата сигурност и отбрана. Първо, ние днес честваме Деня на НАТО, 4 април, когато България стана пълноправен член. Но днес е важен ден, защото Финландия ще стане пълноправен член на Алианса и аз искам специално да приветствам и посланника на Финландия в България и да поздравя за това нещо. Държавата, която запази неутралитет през цялата студена война и се присъединява днес към Алианса. Това присъединяване е израз на оценката на риска, проистичащ от политиката на Русия и естествено войната й срещу Украйна. Важно е да се отбележи, че решението за присъединяване към НАТО беше взето почти с пълно мнозинство в парламента. Нищо не попречи на финландското общество да се обедини около това решение. Обяснението е, както пише един бивш посланник на Финландия в Русия, че Финландия има сериозен опит в противодействие на руските хибридни атаки, а секретът на този успех се крие в изградената през годините резистентност на финландското общество. Концепцията за резистентност е ключова за противодействието на фалшивите новини, дезинформацията, чуждата пропаганда, информационните заплахи, операции, заплахи от кибератаки и така нататък. Всичко това, което ние наричаме хибридни рискове. В съвременната действителност с огромния брой източници на информация и огромния потенциал за дезинформация, манипулация на информацията, съзнателно подвеждане, заблуждаване, атакуващите имат относително предимство. Новите технологии и изкуственият интелект още повече утежняват положението. Затова основата на устойчивото общество е образованият, критично мислещ човек, способен да разбира, отсява, проверява всяка информация. Ключова е ролята на образованието. И Финландия залага именно на образователни програми. Ние знаем, че има програми и в средните училища, но също така и в университетите, които целят да подготвят критично мислещите хора. Затова още в училищата младите хора трябва да бъдат запознати с рисковете, да се развива способността им за критичен подход към действителността, включително информацията. Важен елемент на устойчивостта несъмнено е качествената журналистика. Медиите са място, където човек трябва да може да намери вярна информация. Но тук ние в България имаме доста сериозни дефицити за преодоляване. Друга важна задача на медиите е да развенчават манипулативната, подвеждаща и невярна информация. Не е лесна задача, тъй като ние сме изправени пред противник, който има сериозна подготовка, умее целенасочено да таргетира определени групи. Положително е, че в България вече има факт-чекинг организации, а някои медии развиват подобни програми. Но разобличаването на лъжата не е достатъчно. Оборването на фалшивата новина е трудно и не винаги ефективно, особено ако фалшивата информация вече е проявила негативното си влияние. Трябва проактивна политика. В английски език за разобличаване има думата debunk, но днес все по-често се говори за pre-bunk. Това означава да се предположи в каква насока може да се появи фалшива или подвеждаща информация и да се запълни информационното пространство с истинска информация. Това е много близо до понятието стратегическа комуникация, което представлява цялостен подход към информацията като елемент за постигане на определени цели. В колко министерства обаче в България има подготвени хора по стратегическа комуникация и има изградени структури? Може би във външно министерство на този етап, до някъде Министерство на отбраната. Но важни решения се взимат и в други министерства. Решения за присъединяване към Шенген, към еврозоната, въпроса за отношение на Северна Македония и много други. Всичко това трябва да се комуникира по определен начин. Защото когато няма тази комуникация, получаваме поле за дезинформация, на което сме свидетели, включително и в последните избори. Един от най-сериозните дефицити, които имаме, е липса на активно отношение на държавата към дезинформацията, към фалшивите новини, към чуждата пропаганда и другите елементи на хибридни заплахи. Естествено, трябва да се държи сметка и за свободата на словото, на свободата на изразяването, но държавата трябва да заеме мястото си в борба с тези рискове. А имаме добри други примери в други държави, както, например, споменах вече Финландия. НАТО и Европейския съюз също имат изградени политики и структури и може да окажат експертна помощ при необходимост. Стига ние да поискаме. И ако обединим усилията на всички структури на обществото, тогава ние ще можем да изградим това резистентно общество. Тогава ние ще сме по-единни и тогава ще имаме по-консолидирана национална позиция по ключови въпроси. Аз се радвам, че днес отново ще покажем рисковете от дезинформацията, пропагандата, фалшивите новини, защото осъзнаването на проблема е начин за неговото решение. Ще споделим опит от различни държави и ще обсъдим практически мерки за изграждане на обществата. Защото, както казва Цветан Тодоров в Духът на просвещението, ако не дава нещо положително, критиката е безполезна. Очаквам с нетърпение днешния дебат и сега имам изключителното удоволствие да поканя Георги Господинов за неговото ключово изказване. Човек, който е познат не само в България, но и в много страни по света. Заповядайте, Георги Господинов.
Благодаря ви, колеги, дами и господа. Ако всички хора знаеха какво говорят един за друг, на света нямаше да има дори 4 приятели. Това пише Паскал няколко века преди появата на социалните мрежи. В думите му има едно естествено допускане, че е невъзможно, разбира се, всички да знаят какво говорят другите. Днес, за добро или лошо, знаем, че е възможно. А по отношение на приятелите, дори цифрата 4 ми се вижда твърде преувеличена. Светът се е напукал и разтрошил на безброй малки парчета, разделил се е на няколко милиарда медии, всеки е медия, и всяка от тези медии вика срещу другата. За да разберем какво се случва днес в една изцяло медиализирана среда, все пак трябва да се върнем малко по-назад. Разбира се, не в 17 век на Паскал, но поне в 20 век и в неговите 20-те и 30-те години. Когато старите днес медии, радио, кино, кинохроники, са били млади и току-що прохождащи. Занимавал съм се с онова време и мога да кажа, че тъкмо тогава се случва това ранно, но мощно и необратимо срастване на медии и идеология, на медии и пропаганда. Точно преди 100 години навлизането на новата медия на радиото в живота на хората е посрещнато със същия ентусиазъм и шок, с който навлязоха новите дигитални медии днес. Още тогава усещането е за господство над времето и пространството, усещане, че света е на една ръка разстояние, че е достъпен по всяко време на денонощието, че се носим на крилете на радиовълните, че сме едно голямо семейство, че сме всеобщо братство. Всичко това са конкретни фрази не от днес, а от влизането на радиото през 1920-те. Много скоро обаче от средство за сближаване и братство радиото се превръща в инструмент за пропаганда и разделяне. Нещо подобно, което се случва и днес. Известно е, че Рузвелт и Хитлер са първите политици, построили успешно предизборните си тактики върху платформата на новата медия. Тъкмо радиото, впрочем, е основната медия на Втората световна война. И пак в този период можем да видим къде на шега, къде на истина, може би първата масова фалшива новина, разпространена през тази глобална медия. Това е известният пример с радиоемисията от 30 октомври 1938 година, когато Орсън Уелс симулира нападение на марсианци, поставяйки в ефир Войната на световете от Хърбърт Уелс. Ефектът е повече от симптоматичен. Паника, хаос, обезумели хора, бягащи, молещи се. Изследователите отбелязват, че на тази паника са се поддали предимно социално слаби и безработни граждани, но я свързват и с чувството за обща несигурност на вечерието на войната, което усилва склонността, цитирам, към смесване на реалност и фикция. 80 години по-късно ние сме непрекъснато бомбардирани от войни на световете. Нещо повече, намираме се насред една война, реално бушуваща в източния край на Европа. В ситуация на силно нагнетена тревожност, подложени на непрекъснати дезинформации и с медии многократно надвишаващи влиянието на радиото. Струва ми се, че тази ситуация днес е следствие от няколко класически подценявания и слепоти. Най-напред подценихме думите и историите. В източноевропейските общества това се случи, защото в продължение на половин век бяхме облъчвани с директна и груба пропаганда и в някаква степен обръгнали и поне част от обществото отвратено от нея. Както пише големия полски поет Збигнев Херберт, тяхната риторика наистина бе прекалено окаяна. Диалектика на палачи, никаква изисканост на мисълта. Край на цитата. Но защо тогава днес не сме имунизирани срещу фалшивите идеологии, след като сме познали тази пропаганда? От една страна, някогашната пропаганда беше лесно разпознаваема и неефективна. От друга страна, обаче тя създаде трайно недоверие в публичното говорене. Недоверие в говоренето на собствените държавни институции. Комунистическата пропаганда си отиде, но недоверието остана. Когато в последните години дойде риториката на популизма и езикът се смени, изведнъж се оказахме неподготвени и объркани. Силата на вкуса, така се казва и стихотворението на Херберт, силата на вкуса, която се предполагаше, че сме изработили като съпротива по време на комунизма, изведнъж се сломи пред по-изкусителното говорене. Ние не го разпознахме директно като пропаганда. В началото всички тези приказки за плоската земя, пусканите в небето кемтрейлс, ни изглеждаха невинни и смешни. Мисля, че първият трус дойде, когато подобни смешни конспиративни теории доведоха на власт един американски президент, изваден като от безнадежно остаряла шоу-програма. На всичко отгоре обещаваше да направи Америка велика отново, както някога. Всички до тук обещаваха бъдеще, той обеща минало. И спечели. Вторият трус дойде по време на ковида. Тогава разбрахме, че замъгляването на истината не е само политически опасно, а физически смъртоносно. Конспиративните теории, фалшивите разкази убиваха и убиват хора. Третият и като че ли най-силен трус дойде с войната на Русия в Украйна. Тази война не започна с навлизането на танковете на 24 февруари. Тя започна години преди това, като пропагандна война. Започна като пренаписване на миналото от страна на Путин и опит то да бъде възстановено. И за съжаление ще продължи доста след замлъкването на оръжията. Пропагандните войни винаги траят по-дълго от истинските. И там не се подписват примирия, нито се разпускат армиите. Казах, че разбираме всичко това, но въпросът е, успяхме ли да го разкажем. Да разкажем не сухо, не през числа, а през историите и телата, които стоят зад тези числа. Защото днешната битка с конспиративните теории и дезинформация не е просто битка за истината, а битка на разказите ни за истината. Нещата са отишли напред, станали са перфидни, фактите не са достатъчни, защото са лесно манипулируеми. Всеки факт може да бъде преинтерпретиран в полза на различна конспиративна теория. Онова класическо твърдение на Guardian, което стои на страницата им с мнения и гласи: коментарът е свободен, фактите са свещени, вече е преобърнато с краката нагоре и по-скоро коментарите са станали свещени. Нещо като дайте ми каквато искате интерпретация и аз ще ви намеря факти. Говоря за разкази и истории и това в някаква степен е свързано с литературата, от която идвам. Струва ми се, че литературата ще става все по-важна в тази кризисна ситуация. Преди много години бях написал, че ако политиците и икономистите четяха книги, нашите кризи щяха да бъдат различни. Има времена, в които Чехов, Кафка, Томас Ман или Вирджиния Улф имат по-силно експертно знание за кризите ни, отколкото самите експерти. Мисля, че днешното време е такова. И темата ни за замъгляването на истината, за роенето на фалшивите версии за света, още повече актуализира силата на литературата. Но каква е нейната сила? Литературата се явява естествен антидот, противоотрова срещу фалшивите новини. Защото те също претендират да обяснят човека и света, само че по евтин, плосък и фалшив начин, зад който винаги има скрита цел и полза. Някой може да каже, че той литературата е фикция, измислица, фейк. Но има съществена разлика. Фикцията не е лъжа. Тя е възможен свят, в който живеят, страдат, радват се и умират герои, с които ние се идентифицираме, страдаме и се радваме заедно с тях. И трупаме екзистенциален опит, разбиране за другия и за света. Тъкмо обратното на конспиративните теории. И другата суперсила на историите и литературата, като те карат да състрадаваш на героите, те произвеждат емпатия от читателя. В днешната невидима война на идеология и дезинформация, емпатията е жизнено важна. Особено в този разделен свят, където производството на омраза и врагове е основна индустрия. Емпатията е засечката в това производство. Там, където имаме индивидуално състрадание, масовата психоза блокира. Най-важното, което литературата, а от тук културата и образованието правят, е да работят за силата на вкуса. Защото човекът с вкус по-трудно се поддава на пропаганда. Това е част от съпротивителната сила на обществото днес. Така че да не подценяваме думите, историите, литературата и културата. Те са част от националната сигурност. И когато държавите увеличават разходите за танкове и установки, а неглижират културата и образованието, правят огромна грешка. Новите войни и новите кризи ще са в полето на човешкото сърце, ум и думите, от които сме направени. Разказът вече е друг и той минава през човека и през неговите страхове, самота, обърканост и надежди. Това добре го знаят и тези с центровете за дезинформация и конспирации. Стигнали сме до там в последната година. Всъщност всяка война с ужасите си стига до там. Да отстояваме границите на човешкото. Всяка война зачерква векове цивилизация. Да се върнем тук, в точката, от която говоря сега. България е страната, стояща най-близо до руската гледна точка за войната от страните в Европейския съюз. Предполагам, че за много от държавите в Югоизточна Европа това също важи. Особено за славянските държави. И сега трудният въпрос. Защо тук се поддаваме по-лесно на пропаганда и фалшиви новини? Особено на тези от Русия. Нека кажем, че основна част от тях се разпространяват през Фейсбук. Около 90% от трафика минава през тази мрежа, което прави пропагандата трудна за овладяване. Тук, поне в България, с 2-3 изключения, няма сериозна аналитична медия като Guardian, FAZ, NZZ, Süddeutsche Zeitung. Българските медии в голямата си част се захранват основно от Фейсбук. Това е информационната агенция, основният хъб за новини и коментари. Така съзнателно или не, медиите легитимират конспиративното говорене. И все пак, защо тук се поддаваме толкова лесно на пропаганда и замъгляване на истината? Защото, както казах, дълги години сме живели в двоен режим спрямо истината. Тоталитарните системи налагат подобен режим на живеене. Разбира се, не съвсем по един и същи начин в различните държави. Съпротивата срещу живота в лъжа по Хавел е една в Чехия и Полша и друга в България. Живеенето в замъглена истина беше основният модус вивенди на живеенето ни по време на социализма. Там се случваше подмяната на езика. Скоро си припомних как ни учиха, че не се казва повишаване на цените, а нормализиране на цените. В тази система се появи онова, което бих нарекал синдромът на кухнята и райбера. Малкото пространство, където можеш да слушаш тайно забранено радио или пак тайно и много тихо да псуваш властта с приятели. Същите, с които на следващия ден ще размахваш карамфили пред трибуната на някоя манифестация или ще слушаш разяснения на партийни директиви с колектива. Тази шизофрения на живеенето в социализма не свърши на 10 ноември. Друго важно нещо беше дефицитът. Но не дефицита на стоки, а дефицита на истински и истинни новини, което естествено отваряше черния пазар на слуховете. Както при всеки дефицит, когато нещо се търси, а не се намира, веднага заработва пазара на черно. Така няколко поколения свикнаха, че истината не е нещо, което ти съобщават официално. Официално тя може само да се скрие. Най-лесният механизъм, по който можеш да си доставиш истина, е ако преобърнеш официално изреченото. Ако ти кажат, че няма затруднения при снабдяването с стоки от първа необходимост, ти вземаш мрежичката и тръгваш да търсиш по магазините или търсиш връзки. Ако ти кажат, че радиацията от Чернобил е в нормални граници, се досещаш, че работата е наистина сериозна. Започваш да киснеш марулите във вода и се снабдяваш с йод. Иначе казано, радиоактивността от живеенето в неистина по това време продължи да действа и след излизането от системата. Недоверието в официалната информация остана и до днес. И това улесни до голяма степен плавния преход към фалшивите новини и конспиративни теории в настоящия момент. Почвата беше подготвена. Казаното не бива да ни е алиби или знак за обреченост, нито извинение, че можем да се оправдаем с соца. Проблемът е, че две неща не поискахме да направим през така дълго проточилия се преход. Първо, да създадем памет за това, през което сме минали, но истинна и емоционална. Думата емоционална е важна. Не просто политическа памет. И второ, да приемем, че паметта не е дадена веднъж за винаги, а е всекидневно усилие. Казано просто, през тези 30 години ние не установихме стабилно разбиране за това, че живота в лъжа и тоталитарност е нещо лошо. Този етос ни обягна. И от тук разлепването на обществото беше подготвено. Второто, свързано с първото, не успяхме да се разберем за основни ценности. Ако няма такива ценности, които са лепилото за едно общество, разпада на това общество е въпрос на време. Затова вируса на национализма и популизма много лесно порази слабата имунна система на нашите общества. Вратата за фалшивите истини беше широко отворена. Вървим към естествения и може би най-важен въпрос – как да се справяме с фейк новините и дезинформацията. Мисля, че част от отговорите вече дадох по-горе. През личното говорене за страховете и надеждите, през емоционалното, през литературата, през историите ни и така нататък. Да сме по-интересни разказвачи от разпространителите на конспиративни теории, защото сухия разказ вече не работи. Възможно ли е да опровергаваме една по една фалшивите новини? Не трябва да спираме да опитваме, но дали това е достатъчно? Има и друго. Опровержението на една лъжа не е толкова интересно, колкото самата нея. Нито има същата скорост. Както казва българският писател Чудомир, докато истината се наведе да си върже обувките, лъжата вече е обиколила света. Да, опровергаването трябва да продължи. То е, така да се каже, мярка по спешност, бърза помощ. Но дългосрочно по-важно е да залагаме върху неща с по-далечен хоризонт. Да работим с младите и да инвестираме в образованието. Да развиваме критическо мислене от тях, способност за анализ и размишление. Днес вече въздействието, което младите хора имат върху обществото и върху своите родители, е много по-голямо. Наскоро, например, излезе информация за това как в Русия младите хора помагат на възрастните си родители да се справят с пропагандата на Путин. Начинът, по който технологично се развива света, по-скоро превръща нас в ученици на младото поколение. Или поне в равнопоставени хора, които търсят заедно истината. По тази тема в последните месеци пробива и нещо трето, с което още не знаем как ще се справяме и готови ли сме за него. Новите степени на изкуствен интелект. Това също поставя под въпрос границите на човешкото. Вижте и предупредителното писмо от тези дни на публичните личности, като Мъск, Харари и така нататък, за забавяне на опитите в тази посока. В контекста на нашата тема не се съмняваме, че навлизането на тези технологии ще увеличи способността за разпространение на дезинформация. Както казах по-горе, струва ми се, че сме стигнали до една последна граница. Тази на човешкото. И то в най-буквален смисъл. Битката е за запазване на човешкото. От една страна, по време на война, каквато се води в момента, не просто е заплашен човек. Не просто умират хора. Заплашено е общото, но и конкретно измерение на човешкото, на човечността, на хуманното. Нещо повече, заплашено е отношението към живото и към живота изобщо. При вида на опустошаваните украински градове и пространства. Последните години до този ръб водеха антропоцентричната ни слепота и самозабравата на прогреса. COVID-пандемията беше жълт картон. А след това дойде войната, другия основен анихилатор на човешкото. Ние не сме направени от икономика и политика. Направени сме от такива неизмерими неща, като тъга и колебание. Написах го преди 15 години по времето на една криза, която беше наречена икономическа, поради слепотата ни за невидимата екзистенциална криза, която стоеше зад нея. И не бих променил думите си от тогава. Докато бяхме обсебени от изчерпването на залежите от нефт, пропуснахме да видим изчерпването на други залежи, на залежите от смисъл. Дефицита на бъдеще винаги ще е по-важен и по-опустошителен от дефицита на природен газ, например. Защо подценихме този разказ? Казано накъсо, спряхме да виждаме човека като човек със страховете и надеждите му. Той не влизаше в калкулацията. Или ако влизаше само като потребител, производител на стоки, икономическа единица, като гласоподавател. А тъкмо културата и литературата в частност, които се занимават с тези невидими кризи, с човешкото в цялата му сложност, бяха смятани за лукс, нещо, което ще прочетете в притурката или в последните страници на вестниците. Лукс и забавление, без което можем. Разминаването между калкулирания от държавите и правителства човек и реалния човек, изоставен на собствените си страхове, се задълбочи. Такъв човек има нужда от друг разказ, от нещо, което може да му даде просто и бързо обяснение. И популистите усетиха тази ниша. Защото какво друго дава конспиративната теория всъщност? Правите значим. Дава ти измамната илюзия, че някой има план за теб. Дори този план да е негативен, да цели използването ти. Те, които и да са, искат да ти имплантират чип, пускат chemtrails, за да те опоят теб. Да, точно теб. Иначе абсолютно невидим и ненужен. Тези хора, най-податливите на дезинформация, всъщност казват, без да го формулират ясно. Ние сме изоставени, сами, непотребни, забравени, изгубили смисъла. Нуждаем се от нов смисъл, от нов разказ за света и себе си, от нов свят. И тук въпросът е дали авторите на дезинформации първи ще протегнат фалшивите си сламки, за да ги изтеглят, или ние ще отворим ума и сърцата си и ще опитаме да започнем разговор с тях. Въпрос на спешност е този разговор да започне веднага, ако вече не сме закъсняли. И ако той все още е възможен. Благодаря ви.
Слушайки Георги Господинов, си мислех как е възможно по такива теми да се говори хем завладяващо, хем така и убедително, защото ние много често говорим в едни абстракции, а трябва да достигнем до всеки един човек. Така че много ви благодаря за това, което казахте. Сега искам още веднъж всички ние да благодарим на нашите първи пеналисти, които откриха панела. Хендрик Ситик, Ирена Недева, Георги Господинов, благодаря ви и без да правим пауза ще преминем към следващия панел. Моля техниците да помогнат с микрофоните. I would like to invite the participants in the second panel to receive headphones. You can stand over there. Ruslan. Yeah. I would like to invite the moderator of the panel, Christopher Nering, who will tell us more about the panel and present, of course, the panelists. Christopher will also take part in the second half of the conference when he speaks about artificial intelligence and all that fancy things like ChatGPT. I am actually tempting to listen to you because I have personal problem with ChatGPT, especially when it comes to exams of my students.
Yes.
And I am afraid that they will simply use ChatGPT to generate their papers.
Well, one solution would be to tell them in advance to use it and then to analyze what ChatGPT wrote and think for yourself why it's good or not and make an analysis of what ChatGPT actually can do and cannot do. But I'm going to talk about that in the afternoon.
I'm looking forward to this part of the discussion.
You need some
But
microphone.
maybe we can start introducing the main idea of this topic while our panelists receive their headphones.
So
Leila, I don't see Leila.
this is the thing that started it all. For all of you that haven't grabbed a copy yet, you can do so in the coffee break. This is our volume on disinformation in Southeastern Europe. It's an overview volume of all the countries, 11 countries in Southeastern Europe. We have 4 people on stage who are
And
now
I think it's available. The book is available over there, and everyone
the book
can
is at the
pick
registration
his
desk.
copy over there at the registration desk.
Exactly. And it's free for download on the webpage of the media program of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation.
Excellent, excellent.
So
I'm looking to a very exciting discussion at this panel. I see that all other panelists already received their devices.
Okay, then besides the book, thank you all for coming. Thanks to our organizers. Thanks to all the authors and the panelists in particular. As you might have guessed, it's very hard to speak after somebody like Georgi Gospodinov, who might as well join us on stage because a lot of his insights are questions that we tackled from a more academic and theoretical perspective. But as Jordan already said, the question of artificial intelligence will be addressed by myself in the afternoon, but also the question of trust and why disinformation, particularly in this part of the world, has had such an easy game. So this is something we are going to discuss. Of all the countries, we tackled 11 countries. We also included, just for comparison, a chapter on Germany, which was written by Germany's most popular fact-checker, Patrick Gensing, who will speak in the second panel of the day. And for the first panel, we had to make a tough call. Of course, we have 11 countries, but we put that more than 4 people on stage is very hard to handle. So we have, to my right, Ruslan Stefanov from the Center for the Study of Democracy, who obviously wrote a chapter on Bulgaria. Of course, Bulgaria is the home team with an election only 2 days ago. Natural to include. To my right, Stefan Janic from Serbia. He's the editor-in-chief at Fake News Tragač, a media outlet dedicated to fact-checking and countering disinformation. He holds degrees in journalism and communication and a PhD in social sciences, and is teaching at the University of Novi Sad. of course, Serbia plays a key role when it comes to disinformation in this part of the world, and we're going to talk about why that is. So this is why we include Serbia. To my far left, Ciprian Cucu, as I learned, from Romania. He has a PhD in educational technologies, working at the computer science department of the university in Alba Iulia. And he co-founded the Forum Apulum, an NGO dedicated to fostering civic education, critical thinking, and media literacy, and also writes regular media columns on the topic of information manipulation. And to my left, probably at the moment one of the most interesting developments in the region going on, Elena Mazak from Moldova. She's the executive director of the Information and Documentation Center on NATO in the Republic of Moldova. And her area of expertise is focused on security, strategic communication, public diplomacy, and gender equality. And she's the co-founder of the platform of the civil society for security and defense in Moldova. And as you probably have heard, there's a lot of rumors about whether Russia will actually succeed in the near future to swing Moldova back into his orbit. And Elena is going to explain to us the role of disinformation going on in Moldova at the moment, just in a second. Because, of course, the first question goes out to Ruslan. We have to devote a considerable part of our time to the vote in Bulgaria 2 days ago. So maybe, I know you've been talking about that for the past 3 days straight. So the simple question at the beginning, you've been involved in researching disinformation in Bulgaria for the past decade, I think. What role did disinformation play in the election 2 days ago?
I think, let me just say, this was a wonderful panel before us, and it's really difficult to talk after that. But apparently we know what the issues are. We know that it's a huge problem, and of course it's a huge security concern. I think, and congratulations to Finland, I think a critical understanding there is political leadership, and that's what's the difference between Finland and Bulgaria these days. But CSD has always looked at the issue from the point of view of economic and national security, or from the point of view of state capture and media capture and the quality of institutions that could respond to that. I think Finland knows also historically that imperial overreach never stops at one country. And I think we all have to very clearly note, and this was also openly said, it's been out in the open, we didn't pay attention to it for so long, we keep not paying enough attention, I believe. Putin's plans are not just for Ukraine, it's the ultimate dismantling of the EU and NATO, but the EU most importantly, so that he could deal with countries separately. And when we started the Kremlin playbook like more than a decade ago, the first question always, and I get this now also with disinformation a lot, is it opportunistic? So do these people actually use opportunity, or is it strategic? And I'd say if anybody considers that this is opportunistic, they'd be outright stupid. I think disinformation is part of Russia's and China's military strategy for conquering the world, for selling the idea that authoritarian model is actually better than what we have in terms of democracy. And I think we have to realize that once and for all. I mean, clearly China is going in the same direction. Clearly they're bankrolling Russia, that strategy, including the one on disinformation. Now, why do I think Bulgaria and Serbia, it will be interesting to discuss, are the weakest links? This boils down to something called media capture. And media capture is, we try to differentiate between 4 types. And let me say that the worst type here is cognitive capture. That's long-term understanding within the people, within the ones who receive the information, as captured by a certain ideology or certain country. And mind you, Bulgarians were the most friendly to Russia and Putin population. In 2019, the level of positive attitudes towards Russia and Putin was above 70%. Now, how does this play out with the other three types of media capture, which is government, advertising, and ownership? It's simple. Politicians in Bulgaria actually try to capture and revive this 70% by appeasing, not talking about, having the strategic ambiguity, or letting an alt-right, constantly lying party like Revival or Возрождение have their free, play in the pre-election campaign and after the elections.
And did it have a direct impact, in your point of view, on the results of the election?
I'm coming to this. Now, Возрождение had, after the war in Ukraine, more than 70%, and I think Georgi Gospodinov mentioned 90% of the people are hooked to Facebook. So Возрождение, out of the political parties in parliament, Возрождение had 70%, 2/3 of the interactions on Facebook. That's huge. That's huge. So they, in 6 years' times, they went from 1 to 15%. And that's not all of it. Because essentially, what they're fighting for, with the help of also the Bulgarian Socialist Party, and with the help of the president of this country, who has collectively cornered all the other parties that supported Ukraine as warmongers, makes this very, very dangerous. Because the level of people that are conspiracy theorists in this country, and I think wonderful, I really would love to have this Georgi Gospodinov's article published, is about 30% in this country. 30%. And when you, on top of that, have the 70+% positive attitude, we're working on expanding this. And then going back to what Irina mentioned in her statement, our understanding with this full room that it can happen to us is completely and utterly wrong. Finland knew and recognized it could happen to them. Next, the fact that Brexit happened means it could happen to them. The fact that we had a presidency like Mr. Trump's means it could happen to any democracy in the world. It's not an end game. It's a journey that we constantly have to reinvent. And the fact is that here we've had this toxic propaganda going on for many years. Just a couple of numbers, though I know many people know it. The mainstream media, the 5 top online websites, ranked so by Alexa or whoever, we use some international metrics, in this country and in Serbia, quoted in thousands of articles state-owned Russian media. So it's not just the fringe media, it's not just Facebook. That's what cognitive capture means. Mm-hmm. So mainstream, very widely circulated media picks on that. And they pick on that because politicians pick on that. Because essentially we've had this strategic ambiguity with every single parliamentary party in Bulgaria, probably with one exception. So this strategic ambiguity about what does the war in Ukraine mean? What are Russians' intentions? Now, with that amount of government support, you can't, you could think that all the institutions that are supposed to counter that disinformation in this country have been blocked, essentially blocked. And that means the step from here to the next, where Bulgaria might falter or another Brexit might happen, is not that unthinkable unless we start with the political leadership. So that means all the parties that declare that they're Euro-Atlantic need to confront that plague, need to confront it clearly as part of the national security concern, and need to know and understand that this is part of the military strategy of China and Russia. That means a whole of society understanding and acting on that. And we're still very, very far behind that. One final word on why this is happening. Russian embassy websites, we looked at them. You can see the numbers also in the book. In Bulgaria, we had 2 million, 1.9 million interactions in the past year with the posts of the Russian embassy in Sofia. 1.9 million interactions. That's more than all the other countries in the Balkans taken together. All of them. And of course, in Serbia, I guess we'll speak differently. You don't need that official line of communication because you have RT and Sputnik and everything else. Thanks God, we still don't have them. We don't have them here anymore. But again, this is a huge effort, which clearly the Kremlin targets Bulgaria. The other countries that we see them targeting is all NATO members. That's Romania on one hand side, but also North Macedonia and Montenegro.
Okay, so maybe just a last question from my side, because I think we're going to come back. If you think about all that influence and the attempts to swing the public opinion and the political parties, but at the same time, the two big parties that came out of the last elections, both of them openly with Euro-Atlantic orientation. Of course, they are divided by other issues. But at this could be an argument to say, okay, they're not successful in actually swinging the entire public opinion or the parties towards their side. They are blocking the systems and they're sort of discouraging people to vote and they have been doing for the past elections. Of course, is this a new strategy to keep people from voting, for the system to be in a sort of unstable state because they cannot swing public opinion altogether? I mean, also public agreement with Putin and the war declined after February 24th.
Well, we've seen such a decline also after the first invasion, which was Crimea and Donbass. But it went quickly back up because simply we went back to business as usual. I mean, if you look at it was stunning, to see first of all, those big parties, as you call them, or as they self-proclaimed as Euro-Atlantic, they were actually losing votes collectively to this outright nationalistic party, which has been lying openly in the mainstream, all the national electronic media essentially. And they haven't been confronted politically. They haven't been confronted vehemently politically because this is a critical national security concern. So the question is, why is this happening? So they've been given a free play. I mean, if you look at the results after the elections, they came out, where are the mainstream, the so-called mainstream, the two biggest political parties? They're nowhere to be seen. No voices out there, nothing. The only person you see is actually the leader of a revival, talking and talking and talking the same thing. And when we say it can't happen, the referenda that it's the same paradigm as Brexit. This nation is on the verge of voting against its self-interest on the euro. Because this is, this party, they managed to get the votes. And because of the complete lack of action on any of the institutions, the central bank, you would think, would have to do all the campaigns on the euro. They did nothing. The Ministry of Finance, you'd think they will have to do everything because they are there, this is their job. They did nothing. The other political parties you would think would debate on this and would be their primary, they did nothing. So the only voice that you hear, and is already approaching a majority of the population, is that if we put that to a referendum, people will actually vote to shoot themselves in the leg by denouncing the euro adoption, which will be a double yummy. On the one hand side, Bulgaria will be the sore loser who didn't manage to get into the Eurozone after not being able to get into the Schengen, looking at Croatia. Then we're going to see Romania kind of further drift away, getting richer and more prosperous than us. And on the third case, people will actually lose one of their critical safeguards for their savings. Because, and that's where disinformation plays a critical role. We should know from our historical experience When there was no European Union in 96, 97, people got burnt. Everybody lost their savings. Then when we have the 2014 debacle with the corporate commercial bank, which was entirely self-made, and when you had the Bulgarian political system, because of the state capture that we still live in, trying to find all sorts of weird ways out, then it was again the European Commission that came in and said, look, you have the 100,000 guaranteed deposits. That's it. You pay out to the citizens, and there it was. That was what, standing for the interests of the citizens means. And it's a pity that now, because of all these waves and waves of unchecked propaganda, lies, disinformation, it will turn around Bulgarian opinion making. Again, it's the same kind of belief that somehow, as we're within NATO and the EU, we could do whatever we want and we'll always stay there. No, it's not. We need to make sure, just like we need to make sure of our democratic institutions, that we work on it every single day.
Okay. Thanks very much. I think we'll come back to some of the issues during the discussion and, of course, during your questions. But I'd like to turn now to Moldova. You heard how all this, particularly Russian influence, is working on getting a country that already has joined the European Union and NATO, trying to get it out. Moldova is trying to get in, and Russia is trying to keep it out. And there's a particular hot development during the past couple of weeks and months. So perhaps you can describe us what is going on in Moldova and how particularly Russian disinformation is working to keep the country outside of the Western community.
Yes, thank you. Hello, I'm very glad to be here. Unfortunately, yes, Moldova is in international attention as it's due to its geostrategical situation. So a small, vulnerable country torn between Western world, being a neighbor with a NATO and European Union neighbor, Romania, from one side, from the other side, neighboring with Ukraine, and being a collateral victim of this war and feeling all the negative impact of the war on its economy, social, political life. Moldova was on the hybrid war of starting from its independence from 1991. And yes, the situation escalated the last several months, especially after the declaration of its very strong direction of development to European Union and strong support from the European Union and NATO. And it was like a kind of not very well received by the Russian Federation, considering Moldova under its influence according to their military doctrine and promoting this political and their interest to influence so-called Russians in Moldova. As well, knowing that we have this unsolved problem with Transnistrian region, which is very well now used to undermine our national security, and there is 400 and something kilometers of border with Ukraine controlled by these Transnistrian, so-called Transnistrian authorities. What is one of the main threat for the regional security. So Moldova now is important for regional security, and Russia understands it very well, using all the possible hybrid instruments, economic, with very high energy prices for energy and gas, as we are 99% were dependent of the Russian gas, and of course using all the instruments like political parties, influencers, NGOs, mass media. So all instruments are in place in Moldova. So now these instruments are strengthened, and these very inflammatory and instigative narratives are more active in our vulnerable mass media and our informational environment. So there are very strong anti-Western and anti-European Union, especially narratives, and undermining our national security and the will of our decision makers to continue to reform its security sector. As maybe you're aware, our decision maker government, the new government, the main interest will be the security issues and to strengthen our defense and capabilities with the help of the support of NATO and European Union or NATO European Union members. So this fact is not in the interest of the Russian Federation. That's why we have all the forces using to undermine this interest of Moldova, its national interest to have its defense capabilities, knowing that Moldova is a neutral country, and all these years they did everything possible, including the governments, previous governments, to weaken as possible the national army and not to have these defense capabilities for Moldova. And now Russian Federation is using the instruments like protest that are already, it's demonstrated that are paid directly from the Russian Federations, using these fugitive oligarchs instruments and political parties like Socialist Party that are openly pro-Russian to promote the fact that Moldova is a weak country, the future is only with Russian Federation, and that as if Moldovans are against European Union integration or membership, potential membership. Fortunately, due to the war, in our case, Moldovans understood the risk could come from Russian Federation, because before the war, according to the sociological survey, we had less than 40% understanding that potential military or hybrid threat could come from Russian Federation. It's interesting that only 8% of the population consider that hybrid war is a threat for our national security. But from other hand, more than 50% of the population understands that the disinformation and propaganda is one of the security threats. In this case, only in 2018, in our national defense strategy, the propaganda was mentioned as one of the threats for our national security. But no real instruments were in place. Yes, fortunately, the new government, and due to the war and to the impact to our national security, closed 6 TV channels and trying to control all these subversive actions. And all these protests, all these false alert of bombs, blackmailing our politicians and decision makers, they had one very strong objective: to hijack our European Union direction, to have a new marionette government, as they wanted to do the same in Ukraine and Kiev. So now they're trying to undermine all our European aspiration and showing that the European Union doesn't need Moldova in this European family. So what they are doing, they are amplifying tensions in the society, as we are very our lack of cohesion is one of our vulnerability. We are still fighting with our national identity, we are Moldovans, Romanians, what language do we speak. Recently, in our constitution, finally it is included that our official language is Romanian. Again, what was very not well received by the pro-Russian forces and citizens in Moldova. And don't forget that in Moldova we have very specific minorities, such as Gagauz autonomy. Of course, we have minority Bulgarians, we have Russians that openly are pro-Russians, and according to sociological survey, especially this kind of minorities, they vote usually with pro-Russian parties, and they are watching this Russian TV. So vulnerabilities like lack of this communication of the minorities, the lack of information from the government, all are very well used by the Russian influencers and agents infiltrating everywhere in Moldova, in governmental institutions, because it's not possible to clear all the institutions. You don't have such human resources to change all the ministries or all the decision makers' roles, like head of directions or head of sections. So all these instruments are well used by Russian federations, and yes, this sense of panic, of fear of the war that will continue in Moldova, the possibility of destabilization, the continuation of the war from Ukraine to continue in Moldova, they still exist, and these tensions are felt by the citizens, and thus undermining the will of the decision makers to have reforms, to orient their attention more to European Union. And now what is important for Moldova, so this is our historical opportunity not to zigzag again and to come back to Russian influence, and to not to allow people to destabilize the population and to get people worried. Of course, worried because we have very high prices. Of course, the inflation is the highest in Europe. A lot of problems that they are using now to undermine this confidence to the government and the governmental institutions.
How is it working out, especially with the paid protesters in the street, with upcoming elections in the next year, with the change in government that recently took place? Is there a real threat either of an overthrow of the government or of military action in Moldova in, let's say, the near future?
The threat is always in place, so we will have very soon local elections. Very soon we will have this election in Gagauz autonomy that is openly pro-Russian and trying to influence, because there is some false narrative, like Moldova would like to the unification with Romania. A lot of narratives, false narratives coming from Romania again, undermining our course of to Europeanization and not to stay in Russian influence. So this threat is very high. What is now they are testing the authorities' response to this kind of protest, and fortunately till today these protests are under control. A lot of legitimate intelligence agents, Russian intelligence, were discovered, and we can see this coordination work together with European Union and our Western partners to help Moldova to be stable. But the threat is in place, and there will be a lot of tentatives to do so.
Okay. So it's definitely a situation everybody should follow, particularly as if Russia is unwatched. What it does there from the European Union, from NATO?
Because Moldova is very important now for the European security. It's a kind of security belt as part of the partnership, Eastern Partnership, and hopefully European Union now understands very well the role of the geostrategical role of Republic of Moldova, and lesson learned from Ukraine, to help and to assist Moldova or Georgia now, not after the war would escalate. We really hope in these proactive activities of the European Union and Western partners and our strategical partners like Romania or USA.
Okay, well, thanks a lot, and I would like to make a short shift, because it's not all about, when we talk about disinformation in Southeastern Europe, it's not all about Russia. Russia is a very important actor, also in supporting domestic disinformation. And what we did with the book also was to have all the authors look at COVID disinformation, the war in Ukraine, and one domestic issue of the choosing of the authors. So I'd like to come to Cyprian first and then again to Serbia. Because actually, what the study also shows, not in all countries are pro-Russian narratives the one that work. Let's say, you're going to explain us the details of that. And
Yeah.
I'd like also, there's a wonderful passage in the book where Cyprian describes how a domestic discourse of anti-corruption measures, I think a big issue in all the countries of Southeastern Europe, has been discredited by domestic actors, and they actually tried to portray anti-corruption measures as a conspiracy theory. So please explain us, why isn't it like vote for Russia and leave the European Union is something that is working in Romania?
Right. So first of all, Romanians don't speak any Russian, so we don't have a Russian minority. I think there are more Germans in Romania than Russians, so that's interesting. And we don't have Russian media except for what was, international. There's no instruments, like Elena said. We are not that dependent on Russian gas, so. And we would expect us to be better than we are, but the problem is that at some point, local influencers, politicians, regular media started embracing these anti-Western views. And it relates to what Christopher was saying about this conspiratorial major conspiracy view that we can actually link to, the post-communist Romania. We actually coined this term of original democracy, which was kind of halfway between authoritarianism and democracy. Right? We were talking about how Russia and China want to use these strategies, disinformation, to promote authoritarianism. We go way back into the 90s, and we've already seen that the first president, post-communist president, was saying, well, let's not hurry to be a liberal democracy. Let's try our own way. Let's do the Romanian way. We heard about Trump putting America first. Well, we started with Romania first in the 90s. So that's where this comes from.
We started it all.
Yeah, we started it all. What happened was that once transition did push us towards the European Union, towards NATO, there was some backlash from this old system that was still sort of ingrained in politics and economics, and they started saying that, the West wants to take over our economy, they want to steal our resources, turn us into a colony. I'm sure many of you have heard this idea that, Eastern countries are colonies of the West, which led to saying that everything that has to do with these Western ideals, and especially the anti-corruption fight that started significantly around 2010, is in fact a way to keep Romanian businesses down and make space for Western businesses to come and take over the economy. So this is happening for quite a while. It had its ups and downs, but this informed the way that people started portraying the West. So it's not pro-Russian itself, but going back to that original democracy is Romania first, and saying that, these Westerners just want to come with their businesses, take all our resources. They don't care about us. They just have their own ways. And on top of that, what we have now are also these sort of culture wars topics, right? The West doesn't only wants to take over the economy, but wants to completely destroy our identity, right? To accept the gay agenda, the so-called gay agenda, to accept digitalization, to undermine Christianity, which is for groups of people linked to Romanian identity. So this is how it turned out that we have this strong and unfortunately growing anti-Western movement that is not specifically promoting Russian interests or Russian, we don't have Russian parties or pro-Russian parties, but rather the so-called sovereignist parties. I'm sure this is, again, a familiar term. It kind of bridges nationalism and populism. This sovereignist movement has been gaining traction, unfortunately, and they are the main driver behind disinformation and misinformation today.
So this is also something that the study showed for most of the countries, that nationalism, every group of either people or political formations that promote either not joining the European Union or with the Western alliances or to leave them, use disinformation as one of their major tools to gain movement. Also particularly during the COVID pandemic, which is not the topic of today, but it's there in every chapter and was heavily exploited by these groups. And I'd like to come back just in a minute to exactly these questions. What is so special about this information in Southeastern Europe as a region of all the countries? But of course, we have to come to Serbia first. Serbia is sort of a mixed case between Russian disinformation being directly produced in the country. Serbia is one of the big Russian hubs in Europe. The only remaining direct flights from the European continent to Moscow are leaving from Belgrade. Sputnik has an office there. But Serbia also has a role in producing its own disinformation, mainly targeted as its neighboring countries. So what is so particular about disinformation in Serbia and for the political system there that makes it so big?
And so interesting, yeah. Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation. I'm really grateful to be here and really grateful to listen to Mr. Gospodinov. I'm a huge fan. I've read everything that is translated into Serbian, so this was a great opportunity to listen to you, a wonderful speech. When it comes to Serbia, I would say that it's really hard. Yesterday I told it's interesting, but Cyprian told me whenever someone says interesting, that usually means stressful. And it is stressful because I work as an editor of a fact-checking website, and we have a lot of things to do related to Russian propaganda. And I was attending different conferences for many years, and I was asked by foreign journalists and activists about the Russian role within the Serbian media system. And I was telling them, I don't believe that Russia is giving a lot of money to Serbian media outlets, because why would you pay something that you are getting for free? Because media in Serbia, they see clear financial incentive to promote Russia, because people in Serbia, they love Russia and they love Putin. Putin is some kind of rock star in Serbia. If you walk through the main street in Belgrade, Knez Mihailova, you will see T-shirts with his face. You will see Z signs everywhere. Unfortunately, at the university where I work, University of Novi Sad, you can also see those Z signs everywhere. For example, daily newspapers, and newspapers are still a thing in Serbia. People are buying newspapers. They're really cheap, even for Serbian standards. You are getting every single day those small gimmicks, like a poster with a Putin, or a magnet for a fridge with a Putin's face, or, I don't know, a calendar with a Putin. And the editor-in-chief of the Serbian tabloid with the highest circulation, its name is Informer, he once told 2 or 3 years ago that whenever he puts a Putin's face on the cover page of his newspapers, that his circulation gets doubled or tripled. There is a huge audience that wants this kind of discourse, not just in terms of politics, but also in terms of science. For example, we had battlefield in my family when we had to decide which vaccine we will get, and my grandfather was so proud that he is getting Russian vaccine, but my grandmother was also proud that she's taking Chinese one. You know, that idea that vaccines have national identity, that was really, really strange. And that's like, you have different magazines like Russian Encyclopedia of Health or Russian Doctor. You have those like two worlds. One side you have the Western world that bombed us in 1999, that is always against us, and on the other side you have a Putin that is a protector of Serbia, and he just have to finish what he has in Ukraine, and then he will come to Serbia to liberate Kosovo and to bring it back to us. On one side you have Western science that is made only for profit, and on the other side you have a Russian science that has a soul. And you know, that's kind of discourse that is really popular in Serbia. But nowadays, I would say that Russia is starting to invest money in our country. We have, of course, Sputnik, we have Russia Today, billboards all over Belgrade and other cities promoting Russia Today. They have huge names in the field of journalism employed or engaged to write for Russia Today. And I think that Russia is aware of Serbian role in the Western Balkans. So if they invest money in Serbian media system, they are also in the same time investing money in Croatian, Bosnian, Montenegrin media system, because there is a spillover. We speak more or less the same language, yeah. And when something is published in Serbia, it will be all across the region.
But why does it work? The overspill with the disinformation, it does work from Serbia to Montenegro, to Bosnia, to Croatia, but hardly the other way around. Is that because of the media system, or because people would not read that? Because obviously it works the one way, but not the other, or not so much.
Well, yeah, of course, we read from time to time something that is coming from Croatia and Bosnia and Montenegro, but usually when it is related to Serbia. Serbia is a country in the region with a highest number of media outlets. They're really powerful. They have millions of readers. They have a lot of state support. So I would say that these pro-Russian outlets are the outlets that in the same time are getting a lot of money from the state. So they are promoting the ruling party of Serbia and Russia in the same time. For example, on the first day of the war in Ukraine, two dailies in Serbia published a title on the cover page that Ukraine invaded Russia. So the picture is that hard.
If you allow for the personal question, how do you cope with being a fact checker in that environment where mainstream media can actually proclaim that Ukraine invaded Russia on the day of the war? I mean, how far do you reach people, or is it even physically dangerous to work as a fact checker in Serbia?
Well, I would say not. For example, I think the circumstances are really hard. We have Wagner groups in Serbia. For example, if anyone tries to remove those Z signs or Putin's face for a facade from a wall, you will face those Wagner groups who will attack you because they are protecting those walls like some kind of UNESCO national heritage of Serbia. It is hard, but we are trying to do our best. And of course, whenever we publish analysis of pro-Russian disinformation, we are getting a lot of comments. And what about Ukrainian disinformation? Show us an example of Ukrainian disinformation to prove that you are impartial, that you are objective. But if you have a media sphere where 80% of output of media content is pro-Russian, then it's really strange from them to expect from us to, you know, if we find 10 examples of Russian disinformation, that we have to find 10 examples of Ukrainian disinformation to show that we are balanced and professional. It's crazy, but we are doing our best.
Of course. I think if we had time at the end, we could talk about how this is ever going to get any better or whether it's going to get worse. I think, and this is a question I'd like to address the entire stage. There is, I think, in every country of the region, most of the population think that their political discourse, that foreign interference within their political affairs or discourse, and disinformation or propaganda that is distributed only domestically is very specific to their country. If we look at the comparative study, this is not so much the case. There are some specifics in the messages that that are being sent out and spread, but besides that, the problems, even the narratives and the media that spreads these messages, is more or less the same. So, is it perhaps one of the big issues that Georgi Gospodinov also addressed in his speech, the issue of mistrust? Which is a legacy of the communist past in this part of the world. Is this key to understanding and maybe the key to, well, better coping with the phenomenon of disinformation? I think we could start again with Bulgaria and then make the row.
Well, I think it's a manufacturing process. You know, they use the same narratives, but they put it in context. So. And that's very clearly visible all across the countries. I believe clearly now the war in Ukraine is the #1 issue, and this, you know, people are being bombarded with. The thing is that, like in Serbia, the nastiness and the viciousness of the propaganda and disinformation, and the reason it's dangerous is that you have unprepared or state-captured institutions. I was thinking about those murals and the Soviet Army monument in Sofia. You know, they would actually have to be removed by the authorities of the city of Belgrade if somebody asks, because it's vandalism in the end of the day. So, I mean, if you had the institutions that are actually doing that, just like they're doing it with the monument of the Soviet Army in Sofia, they should do it in Belgrade. But the key issue here is that this propaganda disinformation is inserted within the national political debate. And political parties actually find it, for some reason, expedient to use these disinformation narratives. In the case of Serbia, that of course comes from the big question about Kosovo and Serbia. So I'm sure that President Vučić is not happy that Putin is more popular than him, because at some point, like Russia already showed, you know, they will send the FSU or GRU guys to, and they are working there, of course, clearly, behind the scene. You know, same thing happens in Republika Srpska, same thing happens here. You know, and that's why I was referring to the national leadership. You know, the reason these narratives have grown so wild and have gotten an increased presence in the Bulgarian parliament has been that the mainstream political parties and the Bulgarian institutions have been blocked, and they do not respond the way they're supposed to respond. That's why I think, given the paramount importance of the war in Ukraine, you know, Ukraine has to stand because of the EU. It's a paramount national and European security issue to get our act together. And in this country, you need to build many institutions from scratch. I mean, if you look at the national, I mean, all over the place, in Europe, in the States, national security hasn't been attuned, hasn't been made to address these issues. Because for us, for good reason, the First Amendment in the US and free speech here is of paramount importance. I mean, you better err to allow more disinformation than err to suppress information, to suppress freedom of speech. So we need to be, and that makes it so difficult to respond, you know, because you have to make your institutions attuned to that. And that requires sophisticated, I was referring to the taste issue, and it's really wonderful Bulgarian. You know, I'm sorry that I speak in English now, but the taste issue that Georgi Gospodinov mentioned, that is also sophistication of national national security institutions. And our national security institutions are they just can differentiate between, I'm not sure they can differentiate between black and white, but all shades of gray, you know, looking at that, that's not their tune. And I think this is the case all over the place. And I think we have a critical issue where also our partners from the EU and NATO might be very helpful, and that's helping us build that capacity. I think the big difference with Ukraine and the resilience that we've seen in Ukraine is actually the sheer capacity the Ukraine has been able to bring up. Its whole society, it was united, and you have the manpower to actually respond. You don't have that in any of our countries. You know, we have very few people that are actually that could understand this. Why national security? How can you address this? How can you address economic security when you are used to just thinking of it as in military terms? That's why I refer to the military. We have to think of it as a military threat. Start from there, but then be very careful not to, and because that's part of the idea of this disinformation, you know, so that your immune system attacks their own body, you know, because once you start, just like with COVID, once you give the governments, our own governments, power to suppress freedom of movement, you know, freedom of speech or whatever, then there will be casualties, and that we don't want, particularly in countries where you have an unconsolidated democracy like in Bulgaria, or even more fledgling democracy in the countries of the Western Balkans and Moldova.
Okay, so also the issue of institutional weakness, institutional resilience. Elena, what would you say is rather particular about this information in Moldova that makes it unique, or would you say it's basically the same as it is on the entire continent, but maybe stronger or more obvious? So what is particular about it?
Moldova always had been a fertile soil for disinformation. People even didn't realize that there is disinformation in Moldova. Even, I will give the example as my colleague from Serbia gave. Within my family, my father, as I was director of the information center on NATO, every time asking me, what are you doing with your propaganda on NATO? So they have like half of the population considering West as propaganda, and another half propaganda coming from Russian Federation. Fortunately for us, we realized after the war in Ukraine the danger of disinformation, and we starting to realize this from COVID time, when the disinformation and this fake news created this mistrust of the government and not to follow the rules, and we had a very high mortality of the COVID cases. So started to realize that this is a phenomenon already in Moldova. The specific is, yes, due to the fact that people speak, almost all people speak Russian. I still watch movies in Russian. So we identify ourselves, I see in general, like part of the Russian world. People did not understand really where is disinformation, what does it mean, due to its very low security culture, political culture, low media literacy. And government was very silent on this topic. And the specific was anti-Romanian propaganda, that there is a possibility of unification, and in this case minorities felt threatened like Gagauzian. So we now are understanding all the instruments using during Tsarist period, when all these minorities were brought to Moldova, and all this lack of cohesion and lack of this national identity, now we see a very real result. So the specific, this anti-Romanian propaganda, these anti-minorities that we are somehow undermining their rights, but never in Moldova, and these Russian minorities, but it's not real, because Russian is everywhere. It's like a kind of, but it's not not an official language. And only after the 6 months of the war in Ukraine, after the missiles starting to see them on the territory of the Republic of Moldova, they realized that the threat could come from the Russian Federation. It's a kind of clash of mindset. How is this possible? Because we felt all the refugees, and another specific is that this narrative, refugees of Ukraine is undermining our economic situation, and we are so poor we cannot receive them. Again, one specificity for Moldovan narratives, false narratives. And we have a lot of relatives, we have mixed families with Ukrainian, and now people starting to understand, yes, this could be a disinformation. And this sociological surveys show us that already in the beginning was 40% that considered that war in Ukraine was started by the Ukrainians and they are helping Russians from Ukraine. We have now 20%, so people already starting to understand. But it's because government became more vocal, because there are different instruments, NGOs, media literacy projects explaining people what are these fake news and what is the reality. And in comparison with Serbia, we don't ask, and Moldovan don't ask Ukrainian examples of disinformation. Yes, we realize that there is propaganda everywhere, and we know very well what is every country and every organization is doing propaganda, but in Moldova, this is a very well established phenomenon with very specific narratives like neutrality, Transnistria, anti-Romania, and of course the escalation of the war on our territory.
Okay, so the last example from Romania, and then we're going to open the floors for discussion.
Yes, so picking off where Elena left off, there was a funny thing that they have anti-Romanian disinformation, we have sort of anti-Moldovan disinformation, in the sense that there's this new narrative that the West, again, wants to unite both countries under Maia Sandu, the Moldovan president, that has a better profile in Romania than the current president. So that was interesting. What I would say about Romania, and I would just want to quote a little thing from our study. It was a report published in 2022 that concluded Romanians have internalized global conspiracies narratives. Conspiracy theories and erroneous information have prevailed over arguments presented by the scientific community or by authorities. So the problem is we are getting swept in this conspiratorial worldview. I remember this idea from Peter Pomerantsev. He's a British-Ukrainian author that said that conspiracy theories and disinformation was always supporting other objectives, supporting war, but now it becomes ideology. So it used to support ideology, but now the ideology itself is this conspiratorial worldview that, you know, somebody wants to kill you or take away your rights or identity. And this is what the disinformation ecosystem does in Romania. So they established this overarching view that the globalists, which are Westerners, of course, have this agenda to take over the world, decimate the population, control everything, establish the new world order, and all of this is just, something that they point to repeatedly. And what they do is they take all the events, everything that is happening, all the news that are appearing, and interpreting them in that way. So everything that's happening, right? Let me give you a very, very basic and silly example. The leader of a liberal party in Romania got into a very small accident. He was crossing the road on this electric scooter and was easy hit by a car. So everybody on this conspiratorial movement starting, oh, you're with the electric scooters and gender issues, you're the weak coming from the West and promoting this stuff, and you see it's a problem. So even these very simple basic things was turned around and made into some kind of geopolitical conspiratorial argument. So unfortunately, this is working. This relates also to COVID. So Stefan was saying about the identity of vaccines. So of course, COVID was just another plan from the global elite to decimate the population. There was this idea that Romania and Bulgaria were, the best countries because they resisted the vaccination, promotion, and they have the lowest vaccination rates in the European Union, which is, mind-boggling because it literally leads to more people dying, and it also has long-term effects because people are not vaccinating for other potential illnesses, not only COVID. So this conspiratorial mindset has kind of infected Romanian society in a very fundamental, basic level. And I remember even during the pandemic talking to regular people that I know, acquaintances, and this was also an interesting thing that I found, that these conspiracy theories are not taken 100% at their face value, but they do have an effect. So for instance, this person, we were talking about vaccination, and this person was telling me, well, I'm not going to get vaccinated. And then of course I asked why, and and it came out that they weren't, so she wasn't concerned that the vaccine has a chip in it, or that she would, die instantly. But she said something, well, something is off there, right? So it may not be exactly like they say, but I have this reluctance, I don't feel confident, and I'm just not gonna do it. So this is by repeating over and over and over all of these on social media and even on TV. We have mainstream TVs that are, constantly pushing these narratives. People do get, blurring truth, and then it's not that they act in a particular way, but they refrain from acting, which in some cases is as bad.
So we have conspiracies, mistrust, cultural proximities, minorities, institutional weaknesses as being some of the features. As for example, our study from Germany shows that that part of it is not particular to this region. Maybe it's what is particular is just how effective it makes this information, and how far spread, for example, the conspiracy theories are, and how easy it is because there's no institutional resistance against it. But I think at that point I want to open the floor for some questions from the audience, and I hope that someone there has a microphone. So this is the moment. Let's have the Miss Ambassador first, and then our author, Rapos Guri from Albania has a question. Okay, and there's the third.
Thank you very much. I hope I didn't take somebody's first turn. Thank you for the speakers of this panel and also of the previous panel. It has been extremely interesting. I would also like to thank Jordan for taking up the Finnish experience. It is really a great day for Finland today. We are going to become NATO members. And thank you. I do want to thank Bulgaria for its support. I think that was definitely one of the issues that the Bulgarian political elite seemed to be very unanimous about. And I do hope that we will get our Swedish friends to join us soon. However, to the issue. Listening from the Finnish perspective, it has been interesting that you have been pointing out very much the issues that we are looking at when we are thinking about our country's resilience. There has been issue of political leadership. There has been issue of institutions. There have been issues of media literacy, people's education. And all these are the things that we in Finland identify as the key aspects of our resilience. We do have disinformation in Finland, but we do believe that because of these factors that you've been pointing out have been the factors that actually disinformation has not been able to come in between the relationship between the leaders and the citizens of the country. My question to you would be, and Mr. Gospodinov, a great fan of yours, I think that you brought out very well the generational aspect of all of this, and I think that you have all also pointed out to the generations, how the older people. I would like to ask you, how do you see the young generation and the future? Are they in a similar position as the older generation that comes from the communist and the socialist era that have gone through a certain type of experiences? Or is there a change that you see when the generations are changing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're collecting the second and the third question before, and then we're going to answer, so keep that in mind. And just for a quick note, because this is a pretty depressing panel, we're all describing the problems, the challenges, what is happening and what is not working. We all have included a chapter on countermeasures and what is being done in the countries about it. We have not gone into that issue at the moment because there's the third panel of the day in the afternoon that is addressing only this issue. So please, Rappo. And thanks a lot for your contribution. He is the author on the chapter on Albania.
Well, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you, the organizers of this great event, which I think is in the right moment and why not in the right place. I would like to add something which relates to the situation in Albania and in Kosovo also, because without these words, I think that the panorama that our colleagues presented will be somehow incomplete. In comparison with other Balkan countries, we have a slightly different situation. Regarding disinformation, and in quantitative point of view, the disinformation in Albania is mostly made in Albania product. And it's like mostly domestic product in quantitative point of view. Also, we have a third player's propaganda. Somehow, fortunately, Russian propaganda didn't find any ground in our country. So we broke up since 1962 from Soviet Union. So we even remember any Russian words. Our department in Russian language has been closed because there is no students that are interested in it. And related to the regarding the Chinese propaganda and disinformation, we don't have a very active China in Albania, maybe because it's a small market. They have penetrated in economy, in some fields of economy, but not that much in the field of propaganda. From the third players, our problem is Turkey with its soft power policy and a kind of brotherhood approach. They are trying that we are our big brother, you are big brother, so in any case, in any difficulties, you have us. This kind of propaganda appeared during the COVID situation We know that we didn't get at the beginning any help from EU on vaccines, so the first vaccines came from Turkey. In fact, Turkish government is very generous in building mosques and also residential buildings, like in the case of earthquake. But also they are somehow invested in creation a different propaganda about the history, a different view about history. You can find now today in some peripheral portals some articles that create the idea that the Ottoman occupation was good for the history of Albania, the 500 occupation. Okay, fortunately this is very peripheral and it doesn't take any place in Albanian, generally in Albanian public opinion. But what is different in Albania? What is different, I told at the beginning, is that the main disinformation comes from Albania, from inside Albania. And what is the most risky disinformation in Albania is the disinformation coming from the new propaganda. Our distinguished guest, one of the rare beautiful minds, in Balkans, Mr. Gospodinov said that communist propaganda is gone, but I'll add that the propaganda now has changed the name from PR propaganda now are PR public relations. So we have a very active, huge propaganda coming from the PR offices of governmental institutions and political parties, which unfortunately has penetrated the media. On the news programs, we have a lot of news coming ready from, like, they have their own studios now. They produce news and they send to the media, and these news produced by the PR offices are broadcasted in our TV channels as they are produced from the PR office. So this is really dangerous. This is weakening our democracy, and with a weak democracy, we can't imagine a prosperous and secure future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Albania, as I mentioned before, one of the interesting cases because, as Rappel just summarized, foreign propaganda and foreign influence, maybe with the exception of Turkey, does not play a significant role in the country, but it's all the domestic influence, while all the case studies that we discussed on stage, foreign influence is a very big issue. And there was a third question over there, and then I think we can collect answers. And hello to Irena Marie Plank, Ambassador of Germany. You unfortunately missed an excellent keynote of Georgi Gospodinov, but I think your staff will give you the wrap-up in the break. And now...
Благодаря за възможността. Наистина искам да започна с...
Could you wait a second, because...
I could speak in English, not a problem.
Yes, some of them will need translation.
First of all, thank you for organizing such an event. I think it is a little bit late, but better to have it. Of course, I fully agree with what Mr. Gospodinov said, that in long term, only culture, reading, literature could help us to overcome this serious challenge that is civilization and challenge to us. But my question is about what Ruslan mentioned, because this is part of the military strategy of Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. And definitely my background is military. I was even for a short period of time Minister of Defense. You cannot confront military power only with culture, only with reading books, at least in short term. In long term, yes. But in short term, we have serious challenge. We identified this challenge in 2014 in our government document Vision 2020, stating very clearly that hybrid warfare, information warfare, cyber attacks from Russia are imminent threat to Bulgarian security and to Bulgarian defense. And when this approach is part of military strategy, sooner or later, the country that is following such strategy could escalate to military conflict. It is exactly what they did in Ukraine, in Georgia, and we cannot think that it is not going to happen in the future and it is only Russia. Actually, Serbia did this in 90s on the Balkans, and we didn't learn a lot. So my question is, could we oppose this threat only with discussions or journalists or media, or we really need to take this seriously as a military task and to work especially in the framework of NATO, and the question is to my Romanian colleagues and Bulgarian colleagues, to take this much more seriously, especially in Southeast Europe, so this to be addressed the proper way. We have a lot of instruments. I think it is time to use this type of instruments, but what is your opinion? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I would suggest starting with Elena and then passing it on.
I will refer to the neutrality topic. Thank you for mentioning it and congratulations for your membership and why it's important for Moldova. You know that we are a neutral state, and when the Finland and Sweden announced their willingness to become member, it was like an informational boom in Moldova. Why? It's distorted all the narratives that a neutral country is it's a solution for the security country, and we show that even countries like Finland or Sweden with such a strong defense capabilities and very well, as you said, democratic institutions, they still understood that the neutrality is not anymore a solution. So in this case, this narrative of neutrality was changed, and for us, it's an opportunity to promote this correctly. Being neutral means a lot of budget and a lot of investments. And according to your questions to generational approach, unfortunately not the case in Moldova. We still have young generations that mostly Russian speakers or influenced by these old channels like TikTok, Telegrams. They don't, and this distortion of the history and this fatigue of this kind of different information made the fact that even young people still would vote for Socialist Party or would support Russian Federation, even they are or their families are working somewhere in the Western and sending money for their studies in Moldova. I would again stress that this is very important to have a very important Stratcom is what you referred, and this was the a strong point of Finland and Sweden. They were resilient and very open to their population and explaining why they are doing this or not. This is a weak point in our part of the European region, and specifically for Moldova, and only having a very transparent, a very clear institutionalized strategic communication, we could have this, raise somehow this credibility of the narratives, of the governmental narratives, promoting our national interests, because even population, they don't know what are our national interests. This is the problem, and why neutrality is not functional, for example, or why, for example, it's so favorable to be NATO and European Union country. And again, I will come back to Romanian case when showing like, okay, they are NATO member countries, but they are still poor, let's say, or they still have problems with this. And this is the role of countries like with similarities like Moldova, like Bulgaria, like Romania, to help, to first of all, to be resilient, you to be resilient, but to help us, candidate or countries like Ukraine or Georgia that would like to become aspirant to NATO members, to bring positive examples to our population and not vice versa. Thank you.
You want to go
yeah,
first?
I can pick up from Elena and start with the second question, because Romania's response has been lacking, and I mean, if we weren't in NATO and the EU, I think it would be a disaster. We basically followed NATO and EU leadership on these matters, but again, there was, in 2020, Romania entered the disinformation hybrid warfare into the national defense strategy, and that was it. So nothing happened, really. I mean, they bragged about it a little bit on TV, and then nothing happened. Just a few weeks ago, I think, they finally passed a new law in regard to cyber warfare protection, and that includes a chapter on, well, not entirely a chapter, but a mentioning of disinformation. Now, the law has some problems, the terms are not well defined, but there's some movement, but only now. So I was looking in some studies and saw that most countries started this into 2016. We are just starting now, so we'll have to see what's going on. So there's no integrated response. The state institutions are basically nowhere in terms of fighting this phenomena, and the politicians rather took the opportunity to use these strategies and these methods of influence instead of fighting them. Just today I saw there was an article published by a journalist friend of mine who investigated this bot network on Facebook supporting our Prime Minister. So this is incredible, right? We're talking about disinformation, and our Prime Minister has a bot network supporting his every post. So going back on Madam's Ambassador question on the youth, unfortunately, so we're very pessimistic today. I hope you're gonna get some optimism later on. It's not looking good. I've been holding workshops on media literacy for quite some time, and I see a lot of young people. So the problem is, and of course this is for whole Romanian society, we have a very lacking political culture. So especially for young people, because, you know, they live in their own worlds and kind of, you know, pick up on some things, but they get very, let's say, shallow on their understanding. And as Elena said, they are on TikTok, all of them following influencers like Andrew Tate, and, you know, nobody is there to counteract these things, right? Because of, you know, we don't have the people and the resources to do it. So from time to time, people, you know, young people come to me after the workshops or in the breaks, and they literally come with a barrage of typical narratives like, you know, wasn't that territory belonging to Russia? Why do we say, why can't they get it back? They are, you know, harassing minorities. But literally everything that we see sometimes comes from them. And these are, you know, well-intentioned kids that are actually present there, because there are 80% of them don't even get the chance to talk about these issues. So, yeah, unfortunately, it's not looking good.
And I think we're all pretty curious about the situation in Serbia, especially with that regard. Is there a generational gap for all these the developments you described earlier? I think it's safe to say that there is no coordinated institutional response, as the institutions themselves are one of the main actors behind it. But perhaps I'm mistaken, or maybe you want to explain that to us.
Well, I'm not too optimistic. I work with students of journalism. They are generally more pro-liberal, pro-EU, so that sample is maybe not like the best one to take a complete look on situation in Serbia. I also work with students in high schools, in elementary schools, and I'm afraid to say that they are really conservative. They are really leaning in pro-Russian way. I don't know why. I don't think that they understand the complete situation. They just feel it as something that is right. But when they choose, when they are going abroad to work, when they are leaving Serbia, and we have a huge problem with brain drain, they are always choosing, of course, Western countries. They are going to Germany, Switzerland, Austria. Nobody's go to Russia or Belarus.
Okay. Last words by Ruslan.
It's a great question, and we've had with Christina, we've had a number of discussions, and of course, I do believe that. Well, Bulgaria, being a new UN NATO member, has helped, of course, and we've done a lot. And I think linking that to the afternoon's discussion of what has been done, and the EU itself has done a tremendous lot. But I think there's no space for us to be complacent, because it's just we're scratching the surface. It's the tip of the iceberg. What do I mean? And this is the generational perspective is really important and paramount in that respect. The generation of my parents that was born in the 40s of the last century, they were completely submerged in Soviet propaganda. And by completely, I mean 100%. A lot of you know that. So these generations, myself included, they've been turned into the best agents of influence. These are the ones that they don't know that they're agents of influence. And that's how it's difficult to deal with that. That's why I was referring to the cognitive aspects. And now the battle is really for the hearts and minds of the younger generation, of who their role models will be. If you look at TikTok and why TikTok is dangerous, it's endless. Because my son is on TikTok, for whatever I line it. But it's an endless string of pro-Russian disinformation. It's endless string of pro-Russian disinformation. And their enablers in the West and essentially it's a mini RT, essentially, because that's what they were doing, throughout RT. If we don't manage to stop that with our, including, role models and societal models. That's why it is enabled by our political leaders. If you don't have a strong political leaders that stand up and say, look, it's not just words that you stand up for democracy and values. It's not just, and it's the emotional part, the forgotten people. These were the exact same forgotten people that made Возрождение, or revival in our country, one of the most popular, first or second most popular party, exactly in Western Europe. These were the same Turkish minorities in Western Europe that voted for President Erdogan at its darkest hour, so conservative and difficult, because they were left alone, because they're outcasts in these prosperous Western societies. And this is what we're facing in terms of migration pressure, which is again weaponized. Anything can be weaponized when it's part of a military strategy, because it's intentionally thought that way. So we need to really pay attention to that, to the warning, but also think of a whole society approach, because it's, as much as we want to think we've won, it's not, because it's ongoing, and it will be ongoing, and it will not end. We need to be vigilant and make sure that we stand for our democratic principles, which means division of powers, checks and balances, no state capture, no media capture, but also political leadership on that.
Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for working, all of you. It was a great pleasure, and we have a great result for that.
You made it possible.
I didn't write it, but I'm also glad that we kind of ended with some silver lining on the horizon. If we're gonna, the next panels are going to address these issues as well. And if you're talking about particularly the young generation and new technologies, I invite you all to the afternoon talk about metaverse and artificial intelligence after the lunch. And now, as the audience can enjoy their coffee, I would like to invite every participant of our study on stage for a group picture. And I would also like to invite the head of the media program, Henrik Sittig, Her Excellencies from Finland and Germany for a group picture together with Georgi, if you okay with that. We're going to take a group picture and then enjoy our well-deserved coffee. So I think it's 15 minutes break, is it? Yes. So see you all in 15 minutes.
So, let's start again. I hope the people outside enjoy their cup of coffee, or have enjoyed their cup of coffee, and come inside so that we can continue with our next panel. Please come inside. I will talk a little bit, so there will be time enough to prepare the mics. So, just a second. This is for you. There. No, it's okay. Do you have to? Yeah. Okay. So, I will explain a little bit of the topic of our next panel. So first of all, let me thank the panelists and the moderator of the first panel. It was really thrilling for me to listen to all these experiences from the different countries and to learn how disinformation, how blurring the truth is done in the different countries. And yes, Christian said it is a little bit depressing, just listening to what is going on there. Perhaps we could change a little bit, or we could work on the silver linings Christian was talking about, just talking about what can we do against this information? What can we do against this situation? And so our next panel, the good, the bad, and the media, journalists and disinformation, will handle with these topics. If we are honest, we just learned there are a lot of people who think we, the journalists, the media people, are the bad guys. Just think about Donald Trump. Just think, right now he's in New York waiting for a very interesting event in his life. But just think about Donald Trump insulting journalists as fake news. I just like to mention Donald Trump to make clear it's not just a question of Eastern Europe, of Russia. It's a question for a lot of democracies all over the world, for people all over the world, to deal with this question. There's another group, and I still hope it is bigger, that are the people who call us the good ones, the journalists who work for truth, who try to do their research to discover bad stories. But actually, that is not the perspective we want to discuss today. We don't want to say we are the good ones, these are the bad ones. We would like to talk about our role. We heard about role models for the younger generation. We want to talk about our goal, where do we want to go, and the problems we have to become successful. Who decides what is good, what is bad, and what about truth and lies? We will talk about very concrete examples from the everyday work of the 5 panelists, and I can promise, I talked to all of them before, these examples will be very interesting. And let me just short introduce the 5 panelists to you, and then we can start our discussion. First of all, there's Alina Baguanu. Oh, no, it's wrong. Just repeat it in the right pronunciation.
Burgawanu, but really don't have to worry about it.
Okay. She's from Bucharest, and she's a Romanian university professor, and she's the Dean of the Faculty of Communication and Public Relations. And she is, that's very important for us, a member of the advisory board of the European Digital Media Observatory and editor-in-chief of the newsletter Anti-Fake in Romania. So, Anti-Fake newsletter, and I will be interested in listening to you, how does it work? Then I want to introduce to you Alexei Lazarov. He's from Sofia. Here's the shortest way to come to this panel, I think so. He is the managing editor of Capital, and this is, for those of you who don't know it, the most influential weekly newspaper and one of the most popular media brands in Bulgaria. And he has more than 20 years of experience as a reporter. Then I'd like to introduce to you Katerina Zidaninovska from Skopje. Since 2010, she has been the assistant editor-in-chief of Capital, a weekly business and political magazine. And very important for us, in 2015, she was one of the founders of the Council of Media Ethics of Macedonia and was elected as the president of the managing board. So ethical questions will be the questions we have to discuss now. Thank you for being with us. Then I want to introduce to you Tatiana Lazarevich from Mitrovice. Mitrovice, is it right? Yes. Sorry, I lost the line. I shouldn't do that. Tatiana is the editor of the media and news outlet Kosovo North Portal. It is the leading, until recently also the youngest, Kosovo Serbian-speaking media with a current audience of nearly 2 million page views per month. That's a lot. And if you don't speak her language, there are a lot of articles in English, so you can go there. You sent me some links, so it's very interesting to check this news portal. She received a lot of awards. I can't mention all of them here, but for me interesting is that she was Person of the Year in 2018, elected by the staff of the Belgrade-based news magazine
Vreme?
Okay.
Time magazine.
Okay, thank you. And recently she was awarded Order of the Knight of the French National Order of Merit, so international recognized, and we are happy to have you here. Thank you very much. And last but not least, there's Patrick Gensing. He's from Germany. He was mentioned just in the panel before. He's, I think I could say that, one of the most famous fact-finders in Germany. And he knows how to deal with a shitstorm. Probably since I followed him on Twitter, I know a lot about he struggling with all these topics. He works as a freelancer, and since he just doesn't want to deal with shitstorms, he works for a soccer team in Hamburg, for a very famous one. But today we are not talking about soccer, but we are talking about fact-finding and the questions of this. So first of all, I would like to ask you to bring a short example from your experience, how you are able to deal with fake news, how you are trying to find the truth, to do the research. And since I know Alexei has a very interesting example, I want to ask him to start.
Yes, this is a story more about information, not disinformation, although disinformation is also involved. But this is the story of an investigation we made a couple of years ago. This was one of the most serious investigations we have ever worked on in Capital, and we have worked on a lot of investigations. It was all began in 2015 when a Bulgarian arms dealer, Emilian Gebrev, was admitted in hospital with symptoms of severe poisoning. Later this evening, in the hospital also came his son and the managing director of the company he owns, a company which produces arms and military supplies. So by that time he was treated. Everybody got in a couple of weeks got out of the hospital, and at that time one of the most obvious explanations of what happened was that he was deliberately poisoned, and one of the suspicions was that he was poisoned by the Russian secret services. He alerted the Bulgarian authorities, which conducted an absolutely formal investigation, which led to absolutely nothing. As he told us a couple of years later, he owed his life to a Bulgarian toxicologist, a doctor from the Bulgarian military hospital, who was just recently trained in a NATO facility how to counteract poisons produced by the Russian state. So he was able to identify the poisoning as a specific type of poisoning which was caused by a Russian type of poison. The case was forgotten until a couple of years later when Sergei Skripal was poisoned in Great Britain. The British authorities, they conducted a very thorough investigation, and they announced the result. They made everything absolutely perfect, public, as you all remember. So when his doctor and Gebrev himself heard the symptoms of Skripal's poisoning, they realized that his symptoms were absolutely the same till the last one, till the very least one. So what they did is they made another lab examination of all the blood work and whatever they did. And they realized that the substance with which he was poisoned was practically identical to what was by the time already known as Novichok. So Emilian Gebrev alerted the Bulgarian authorities again, and they again conducted a formal investigation which led to nothing. Then we obtained the report, and we started trying to confirm it, and basically started an investigation to tell the story, to describe what was going on. And we were able to confirm it. We were able to confirm it with the British authorities. We were able to confirm it with the Finnish lab, which was at that time the most competent one in Europe in identifying Novichok and Russian type of poison. And we published an investigation which basically said that a couple of years prior to the poisoning of Sergei Skripal, a Bulgarian arms dealer was poisoned in Bulgaria with the same type of poison. We also proved that at that time, Emilian Gebrev was starting to export arms to Ukraine. I will remind you that it happens in 2015, a year after the first wave of occupation in Crimea and eastern Ukraine. And he was doing that by a third state, but nevertheless he exported arms to Ukraine. Again, nothing happened. We received just formal comments from Bulgarian authorities about what was going on. And then our colleagues from Bellingcat, which I suppose you know, the investigative journalistic collective, they step in and they continued our investigation, and they were able to prove that at the time of poisoning of Gebrev, the same team of Russian agents who poisoned Skripal was also in Bulgaria. Then this story became more international than local, and a lot of international pressure was put on Bulgarian authorities. First, they tried to mock everything. The Bulgarian general prosecutor told publicly that it was not a Russian poisoning, that most probably Gebrev ate a lot of arugula salad, which was treated with more pesticides than it was supposed to. Then the international pressure was started to become more and more intense, and our colleagues from Bellingcat keep publishing new evidence about what was happening, including a video recording from the actual moment of when the Russian agents put the poison on the door handles of his car. So that was the explanation why not only Emilian Gebrev but his son and the executive director of his company was poisoned. And then they basically, the Bulgarian authorities, they had no choice but to start a real investigation, and they were able to prove in much more details what happened.
If you see the situation from today, would you think people today say, okay, that was right, this research is right, they did the right thing, or do they think that's fake news? And of course, Russia won't do that. How is it seen in Bulgaria today?
Actually, there was a pretty distinctive, not very large, but distinctive wave of disinformation when Bellingcat stepped in the investigation, when the story was made public to a much broader audience. And they started to publish information in medias like Sputnik or something like that, that there's a fake story in the Bulgarian media in Bellingcat, that it's a disinformation campaign by the Western secret services, because, I don't know, I don't remember, because, but there was a clear disinformation campaign trying to discredit what we discovered. So
Yeah,
Is that answer your question?
That was my question. My question is, so how have you made people believe you?
Well, by publishing true facts, that's I think it's the only answer to disinformation. You could very easily counteract the disinformation with just basic good journalistic work. I don't think it's a problem.
Yeah, Tatiana, what is your experience? How can you make people see the right things or the facts, recognize the facts?
It's not a rocket science, it's to do your job. It's not to pretend whether you're good or bad. So this is, if you remember, Claudia, when we actually were exchanging ideas for the title of the panel, personally, I had a little bit problematic part to connect journalism with category of bad or good. Who decides what's good, what's bad? If I would have to answer, it's really up to our news consumers. At the end of the day, they're the ones who decide what's good or bad. But unfortunately, propaganda is someone that rushes the first to gain the trust of people. So how can we succeed is really to become entirely freed, whether you're good or bad, whether you report on a good or a bad topic. It's just to report what you believe and what you have to, with all your capacity, report as truth, even if it's ugly truth. Very often, since I'm coming from Kosovo and my entire life, we've been actually in the midst of the crisis. Very often we are confronted with this kind of conflict narratives that ultimately one side, even if it's an international moment, like, okay, we fight this propaganda, which obvious is, but then we are not aware of our own propaganda. So it's like a legitimate means to produce propaganda as a legitimate means to counter propaganda. This is something that comes with military, but when it comes to media, when it comes to journalists, when it comes to, let's say, civic servants or civic society, my many-year problem is that very often I find decent truth or impartiality, that if there is a group fighting one propaganda, which obviously exists, the legitimate means for the group, for the media, for the cluster of media or journalists or editors, is that they also use propaganda, spin, half-truth, etc. If I have to name some of the examples, today I've selected two stories. One is something that is very typical for our region. Doesn't matter if you come from Kosovo, Serbia, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Very often this propaganda comes under the stream of what I call sloppy journalism. That not necessarily journalists or media cluster.
It's in Germany the same. So
really?
We have it too. Yeah, definitely.
So not necessarily journalists are aware or they deliberately produce propaganda, which is a bit different case when it comes to editor or editorial policy. But it's also part of this kind of sloppy journalism. There, I would say, 4 or 5 very clear ingredients that you can easily recognize when you spread fake news. At least I'll use the example of our region. Something that, as I call, the effect of a snowball. Like you have so-called bad news in a very sensitive environment. So this is like a first ingredient that actually helps you to immediately spread fake news. The more crisis area is, or the more sensitive issue is, it's easier to spread fake news, and especially if it's bad, so-called bad news. Then you have universal frame that is very, that can be translated as common truth. We all, for instance, using, let's say, our region, we are aware of common truth. On our own example, so what is common truth? Yes, in Kosovo, there is conflict between Serbs and Albanians. Serbian and Albanian people for decades have been like enemies. So it's common truth. It's very general framework, and it helps, also enables to easily spread propaganda. Then third ingredient is like specific frame. Something that you develop through your own media audience is very easily as a very high resonant specific frame like our own little truth. For instance, if we are in Bosnia and Herzegovina, yes, it's easy to understand that something happened in Kosovo that didn't happen, and I'll, for instance, use one example, because we also fought, let's say, Serbs. And it's very easy to believe that the same happened like in Bosnia and Herzegovina or vice versa. So we develop our own little frames. And then we have this snowball effect that it spreads immensely easily across border, it multiplies, and it doesn't have to be necessarily deliberately spread. It also can be a result of sloppy journalism. So I use one example, if I have time to, or to stop here.
Let's stop here and
yes,
go on, and
okay.
later we'll decide
I'll
time for the
explain
next
exactly,
example, okay? Yeah. Okay, thanks a lot for these explanations. So now I'd like to ask you about, Alina, about your experience in your country. What would you say is the most important thing to do now?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation and for opening this discussion. I'm not a journalist, I'm not a media guy, I'm an academic and a social entrepreneur, so probably I will be very harsh. Oh. I don't think that what we are addressing in our panel and also in during the whole conference is a phenomenon which goes way beyond mass media. I think that we are witnessing what I called interconnectivity wars. And I think that mass media are a collateral victim of these hyperconnectivity wars. I will make the point, of course, that mass media are not innocent victims in this, because they are amplifiers, they provide voices to bad content, to propaganda. And I will relate to a wonderful point that was made during the previous channel about the cognitive hacking. I think that the biggest error that mass media as a social actor did was to cede professional territory in terms of setting the agenda and performing the gatekeeping function. I think, again, that in this competition between social media and mainstream media lost again or ceded this essential role of setting the agenda and performing the gatekeeping function. There is a tremendous amount of emerging literature showing that social media sets the agenda and sets the terms of the public conversation in a meaningful way, both quantitatively and also symbolically. So I think this is the biggest phenomenon that we are witnessing, that the mass media system itself was hacked by what originates in social media. And this is why I'm saying that this goes way beyond journalism, investing in mass media, doing fact-checking initiatives. This all matters, but I think that the core of the problem has to do with the explosion of social media, and related to this, to the fact that mass media ceded their territories in terms of agenda setting function, setting the terms of public conversation, again, in very quantitative terms and in highly symbolical terms. And the case that I have chosen in order to prove this comes from Romania. Probably you are aware of the fact that recently there was a major controversy between the Romanian government and the Ukrainian government regarding some alleged construction works on Bystroye channel, which is which is a small channel related to Danube Delta. So I think that the case illustrates everything that we can tell about how interference in public conversation functions. Because, for example, this is a point that you have all made. I think that disinformation cannot be effective if it doesn't have political sponsorship in the first place, and if it doesn't have sponsorship from mainstream media. And the case illustrates exactly this, that the controversy was weaponized in the Romanian public space by benefiting of both political sponsorship and also from benefiting from mainstream media sponsorship. The second thing that this illustrates is that disinformation weaponizes doubt and weaponizes uncertainty. until the very, very clear truth of what has been going on is established, which may take place 1 month from now, 1 year from now, I do not know how many years from now, this leaves an information void when propaganda creeps in and occupies this kind of information void. And it is almost irrelevant, this is again a strong point, if the facts are established, again, 1 month from now, 1 year from now, because until then, the cognitive processes have already been in place, and again, people are very, very well convinced of their truth. So in order to provide a little bit more of a detailed, quite complex case already of alleged construction works on Danube Delta, was weaponized with wilder and wilder narratives that, for example, the real purpose of the construction works is to build a US base in Ukraine and then feeding the narrative that Ukraine is a manufacturer war, that it is the Ukrainians that caused it, that it is the West that caused it, and that the Russian invasion is merely a preemptive strike. And the third point, again, in order to illustrate how big is, again, the controversy was weaponized in the online environment. This is why I'm telling you that I think that the origin of the problem has to do with the explosion of social media. But unfortunately in Romania, and I think that it is the case in other countries too, mass media was simply a laundering machine, a normalization machine for spreading this kind of conspiratorial thinking. So I think again that one of the structural problems with the mass media system in general is that, as I have told you, it has become in some instances a simply laundering and normalization machine for laundering and normalizing narratives that originate from social media. And
okay.
Okay.
Okay, just let's have a short break here because I want to include Katarina in our discussion too, working for a media ethic institution. So what is your idea to do against all this fake news and lies in media?
Let's focus on a solution, for example.
Yeah.
There is no magical solution, unfortunately. I think that because the title of the panel is The Good, the Bad, and the media, that makes us probably the ugly. Yeah. There is a line from
in
that...
between.
In between.
A little bit in
there
between.
There is a line from that movie that goes, when you have to shoot, you shoot. You don't talk. I think that while those people who are spreading misinformation and disinformation, those centers of propaganda are working, we are talking a lot. That's good, but if there is no effect of that, that's not good. That's bad and ugly. So I think that we should focus more on producing good news, producing quality journalism and professional journalism and stories, like my colleague from Capital said. Those type of investigative stories, those type of journalism is actually a way how to fight disinformation and propaganda. In these polarized societies and political scenes, it's very easy for propaganda to be spread. You have political parties and their leaders and their politicians who are fighting between themselves. TV debates in our country, they look like box rings. No, they don't talk with arguments. They don't clash arguments. They're just clashing offense and threats. And what people are hearing is, you steal, you are a criminal, no, you are a bigger criminal, and so on. There is no quality in that. And in this atmosphere, there is a general assumption that everyone is bad and nothing is worth of trust. That's very bad for the media. In our media council, what we tried to do for years, and we managed to do it 2 years ago, is that we created a register of professional media. I'm going to share just some statistics just to make a context in this. 90% of all complaints that we are getting are for web portals. So we detected that the main violation of the ethical code is on internet. It's not on TV stations, it's not on the printed media, so it's on internet. And we said we have to do something about this. Talking about these complaints, 70% of them are about violating the Article 1 of the Code of Media Ethics. The Article 1 said that you have to verify an information before it's published. I mean, I respect a lot what fact checkers are doing, but I think that after something is published, the damage is already done. And then it's like control damage, what you have to do. But let's go back to the basic of journalism, to this, I mean, maybe it's not modern, maybe it's not very interesting for younger generation, but code of ethics is there because it means something. So respecting that, I think it's one way of fighting disinformation.
And do they trust your recommendations? Do people trust your recommendations and say, okay, they said?
Yes, it's not only recommendations. That's why, because the first years when we were created, it was a very bad political situation back then in our country. We had a very bad relations as media sector with the government. There was a pressure and they were very aggressive towards media freedom. And they wanted to implement a new media law to have greater control in the media field, especially in the internet. Back then, the internet was the only free space where good journalism was publishing, because it was forbidden on the mainstream channels. They were putting a hand over that. So we wanted to protect this field, and that's why we said we're gonna self-regulate ourselves. We don't want the government to interfere with this. So let's create this organization. Under our umbrella, there are more than 100 media, printed, online media, and also TV stations. The thing is that we have media with different editorial policies. And I think that's what's making us credible. Because we said we have differences, and there is nothing wrong in that to support leftist or right ideology. But you have to agree, those are professional standards, and there is no compromise with this. So that's how we gather them. That's the one step. The other step is we got a business community on board. So companies, it was very hard to work with them and with marketing agencies. And we said, you have to support this now. Because promoting good journalism, I mean, you have your liberty to put your adverts wherever you want. Of course, it's a free country. But you have also something that is responsibility. So you have to promote good examples. So by giving space of these professional media outlets, we wanted to make a clear distinction between them and the others. It doesn't mean that our members cannot make mistakes. It happens. But then they apologize publicly, and they're obliged to do that. And then they are just respecting our decisions. That's how we were fighting.
Okay, thank you. We will have to discuss afterwards, but first I want to listen to Patrick anymore. How these good examples reach the readers or read the society. So that will be the next question. But first of all, I want to go to Germany and ask, how is the situation in Germany? What do you think? Where are the problems with fake news, and what is your role as a fact finder there?
Yeah, first of all, I also want to thank for the invitation here, because it's really a great honor to be here, and it's so mind-opening to discuss with the colleagues from the region, because I really learn a lot, and I always have to realize how much people know about Germany and how little I know about the region. So that's really, for a journalist, the best thing, to be curious and to learn more things. And what I've learned since yesterday, since I am here, is that the patterns and the narratives regarding disinformation are very similar. So they occur in Germany, and we have them also here. So that's a good news, at least one good news. So because it makes it easier for us to recognize them and to analyze. The bad news is that the patterns and narratives, they work here and they work in Germany. So that's the bad news, unfortunately. In Germany, we have a different situation, since we have very strong mainstream media. I think we have better resources at the media, at the public broadcaster. I have worked for more than 20 years for public broadcaster ARD at the Tagesschau, which is the biggest news show in Germany, and built up a fact-checking unit. So, and I think the question, the good one or the bad one, that's something very central, because you always have to think about your role. What are you doing? Why are you doing that? And I don't see myself as the good one or as the bad one, but it's my profession to be a journalist and to deliver information. But on the other hand, the problem is when you work as a fact checker, you have to take a position. If I say this is wrong, then I take a position, and the sources of the disinformation, they target me as their enemy because I took a position. So you don't come out totally, you can't take yourself out of this question, the good or the bad one. For example, in Germany, a lot of people think I am a member of a terrorist organization for a lot of years because people on the internet write that I am a member of a terrorist organization because I work as a fact checker. So that's something you have to accept, and stay out of the kitchen if you can't stand the heat. It's kind of sometimes as a journalist it's hard. But I think it's much harder here as it is in Germany. That's also I want to point out very clearly.
Since we were talking so much about Russian narratives, are there Russian narratives you notice in Germany?
Yes, I just wanted to come to that point. There are two things about that. First of all, Germany is in between the West and the East, kind of. And we don't only see Russian propaganda, we see that very strongly, but we see also a combination with an alt-right think tank in the US. So they are doing like pop cultural, very strong memes on social media. They are very good at that, and we see a combination of both. So that's really a challenge. The main topics in the last few years I worked on were always also in connection with Russian disinformation regarding the refugee crisis we had, COVID pandemic, and now, of course, the Russian war in the Ukraine. And we also saw during the COVID pandemic that the Russian news outlets were growing extremely strong, and they were becoming really important for a minority of the German public who started to believe more in Russian state TV than in public broadcasting from Germany.
Yeah, so that is a point I just mentioned after listening to you, and now it's the same question. How do we reach the people who believe, who trust the conspiracy theories or the conspiracy stories? Most of them are no theories, but they are more fairy tales or stories. So, but how do we reach them? So, since you say we have an organization of media who is proved to do the right thing, you have this fact-checking newsletter in Romania, you do this research in Capital. So, how can we reach people who don't trust you? So, what can be done, or are they lost?
I'll take the liberty to say something else. I was thinking about. I would like to talk about a little bit about what's in stake here, because I think it's important. You mentioned the Russia disinformation campaigns. That's why I was thinking about it. There's a great book by a former British journalist called "The Great Game" about the competition between Great Britain and Russia for the control of the road towards the Indian Ocean, and in which you could basically find everything that Russia is doing right now, but just using more modern methods. Russia is using disinformation back then, but most importantly what Russia does is that they came to the realization that they cannot conquer the whole world or even the whole continent, even Europe or Asia. Instead, what they started to do is to control different countries by means of basically of corruption and or disinformation. So what they did in the 19th century in Asia was to bribe every single tribe's leader towards the Indian Ocean in order to get control of everything what's going on there. Fast forward to the 20th century, what they did before and after the Second World War was basically the same. They wanted to control a much possibly larger part of the continent. But what made this attempt much more successful than the previous one was the ideology they were able to create. The communism was, and the network of different parties in countries of Europe was the thing that gave them the possibility to control a large portion of Europe and cause us 5 pretty dark decades in Bulgaria and other countries in Eastern Europe. What we are seeing right now is another attempt of doing the same. They're trying to create a new type of ideology using disinformation in different type of campaigns, and they're trying to create a new network of parties, this type of the far-right and nationalist parties throughout Europe, in order to use them if they were able to control some parts of the continent. A war is starting, that's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. A war has started in Ukraine, and in this war will not end in Ukraine. Their final goal is to control a much larger part of Europe possible. And disinformation is a very important tool of this campaign. So that's at stake. That's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
At least in Germany, I know a lot of people who say, okay, we have to listen to the other side. That's good journalism. That's what we have to do. So let's watch RT TV, for example, on YouTube, if it's still available. So let's talk to the Russians. We have to talk to them. What do you do in these cases? Probably it's here the same.
From my perspective, one of the most important debates in journalism right now is the opposition between balanced journalism and objective journalism. And I believe we should, without any doubt, choose objective journalism, because objective journalism is not always balanced journalism, especially this
it isn't false balanced journalism. That's a problem. Yeah.
There's also something very important that in the textbooks of Russian information war, which are publicly available, you could see that one of the first advice is that you should find every small crack of the society you're attacking and to invest in both sides. Right now you could see it very clearly. They're not investing just in anti-COVID just messages, but also in extreme pro-COVID messages. So they're trying to make us fight.
So, Katarina, you wanted to add something? Yeah,
I want to agree.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that's very important, because we have an obligation. I completely agree what my colleague said. We have an obligation as a media not to give space to people who are apparently spreading propaganda. We are not talking about some shades. We have these narratives, false narratives. It's not only fake news. Those are so crazy sometimes, especially in COVID time. It's like we should discuss now whether it's day or night. And our colleagues are giving space to those type of people, just in the fake of balance. That's not good journalism. I cannot invite someone in my TV show to say that now it's night and it's August. That's not good journalism. So let's talk about facts. Let's talk about different perspective of the facts, but never question the facts themselves. Because the other thing is this polarized society, this clash of arguments and of ideologies that we are witnessing is creating a very great atmosphere for those type of narratives. Because what people, it's not that we're gonna lose them. You asked that. Some of them are lost. We have to admit that. Some of them are lost and maybe the damage is done. But we are losing normal people, people who are professionals, people from even well-educated, but they are losing trust. How to stop this loss from going on? Because now what we are facing is apathy. In North Macedonia, in the last elections, only 30% of the population voted, 1/3. So this is how we are undermining democracy, by thinking that everything is bad, everything on news is a lie. So what is their weapon? They're making us looking like them. And this fight is what we have to, we have to fight this fight. And we have to prove that good journalism, even good governance, it's still not that. It's attacked. Democracy is attacked, but it's not that. So let's go back to the basic in every aspect of the democratic societies.
I would like to add one thing.
Sure.
First of all, I would also like to stress out that false balancing is a huge problem. And this is the same as I mentioned before. You have to take a position. And if you say to someone, no, I don't talk to you, you take a position. And other people ask, okay, but now you are not democratic anymore because you don't talk to everyone. I think from my experience, it's a very good way not only to debunk isolated fake news, but also to give a bigger picture. So what is the narrative behind it? That is one way. And on the other hand, it's very important to go, for example, to a local level, like when you have a story which is on I start from the other side. The big narratives, they are also always on a global level. They talk about the big exchange or the new world order, and this is very abstract. And this complex, modern, abstract, that is something that people, it's too big for them to understand. So it's very good for journalism to go to a local level and show, no, it doesn't work like that. It's much more complicated, and it's not a huge conspiracy theory, but it's something what is going on your local level. So, and people can also better understand what is going on. So this is also why journalism needs resources everywhere in the country. So that makes it so difficult.
Just a follow up to that, I can't believe in the theory that journalists are the only knights of the truth globally, because what we are facing globally is that media is flourishing, it's a skyrocket industry, but journalism is dying profession. And in such huge crack, I'm sorry for sounding pessimistic, I don't see many chances for fighting the truth, because it's our it's not journalistic problem any longer. It's a civilization issue that the entire world currently has been divided into really two conflicting narratives. And that conflict of narratives is something that we actually were firstly learning as little kids, believing in fairy tales. Well, what's the essence of fairy tales? It's pursuing for the truth, believing in your own good, in your own superiority as nobility, and you're always fighting the eternal evil, but at the end of the day, the eternal good will prevail. There is a huge crack of education. This is what we also heard in the beginning of the conference today. Huge crack of education, and there is a massive flood of information. In that crack, when I say conflicting narratives, it's, as I said, fight against eternal good and internal bad. What is eternal good? My side is heroic, and my side, when necessary, is victim. The other side is weak, it will be triumphantly conquered, and when necessary, it's a villain. So there are no chances for journalists to fight these kind of civilization conflict of narratives that we are currently living in a digital era with explosion of media market. All of us are media producers, but very few of us are pursuing for the truth. So that is why it's very difficult. It's like hunt for the Saint Graal. How combat flood of fake news, etc. At the end of the day, the only answer I can provide is that at the end of the day, we have to believe only in our sources. Do what you can during the day. It's a little bit of maybe a religious message, something connected to religious throughout the history, but unfortunately, you can't really wage world wars. You can wage world wars, pursue for the truth, if you, in your little environment, your little marketplace, if you do what you can, as honest as you can, for the common good as much as possible.
Thank you. Thank you for mentioning the point of literacy and education. We will talk about this in the next round, but first I will come to you again, Alina. I actually would like to learn more about your fact-finding newsletter and how does it work and how is it accepted in Romania? Perhaps it could be an example.
So first of all, a very short input into the solution. So I'm also a very optimistic guy. And I think that fighting disinformation, or more specifically fighting the hyperconnectivity wars, is definitely a complex thing, but it's not mission impossible. And again, there is a wide knowledge what needs to be done, regulating the digital environment, co-regulating, self-regulation, media literacy, education, inclusive leadership, psychological resilience, and stuff like this. And again, the steps are very clear. I think that pretty much everybody in the room is familiar with this kind of measures. I think the biggest mistake that is done is that we cherry-pick measures. I think that cherry-picking is the biggest obstacle in fighting disinformation, or more specifically, fighting the hyperconnectivity war. And we choose, okay, I will do some fact-checking because this is more acceptable, or that this is funded. Or I will invest in mass media because I want to be promoted as a very democratic guy. But I do not touch anything about the regulation of the media platform, of the digital platforms. So again, I think that the biggest mistake is to do some cherry picking. And I think that what definitely works is integration of these kind of measures, which again is a very, very complex thing. Because, for example, with fact-checking has two major weaknesses, and I have the liberty to say it since I am in the fact-checking business myself. So I hope that I'm credible. So first of all, fact-checking comes after the fact, so it may run the risk that the damage is already done. But if you do it consistently, and if you link it to the idea of what kind of narratives the pseudo-facts feed, I think that you can do some sort of inoculation to repeat the narratives that are fed by some pseudo-facts. So again, you have to make a combination between fact-checking, between narrative analysis, resilience building, doing transnational analysis, and you have to do it all at the same time. So, and the second thing related to the regulation of the digital environment, we are completely different from any other period in the history of humankind. We are working under conditions of information overabundance. So if we simply add some more information, some more facts to a system which is already overheated, we may become part of the problem. This is why I think that we should pay attention to withdrawing this kind of bad content from the digital environment in order to leave space to the more legitimate content. Because again, if we do not do this, and the European Union has done tremendous work in order to come up with the major piece of regulation, which is the Digital Services Act. So again, without using this kind of leverage, we simply add facts and information, which is legitimate, which is qualitative, but again, we simply add pressure to an already overheated environment, and we create information fatigue, for example, or information apathy, or the cynicism that all facts, everything is equal, which is a false thing. So again, I think that the Nobel Prize, the Oscar winner movie, the title of the Oscar winning movie is the best recipe for fighting disinformation. You have to do everything, everywhere, all at once. Because if you cherry pick some measures, you are completely lost, and the only chances are that you become part of the problem. So again, integration definitely works, and also you have to do it at a transnational level, you have to do it at an alliance level. It is completely irrelevant for the Western world that, for example, Finland is the best in class in terms of resilience, because if Romania or Bulgaria loses this information war, this has ripple effects across the alliance. So again, you have to do it. You have to do everything, everywhere, and all at once. And
that seems quite difficult.
This is where the difficulty comes in order to build intra-institutional solidarity, interinstitutional solidarity, to have the capacity to put people at the same table, to do it transnationally, to build this kind of transnational awareness. Because again, if you do not do this kind of integration, chances are that we become part of the problem. And again, again, we are wired to choose the easy way. I'll say, okay, I'll do some fact-checking, and I will invest a little bit in journalism, but I do not want to apply the Digital Services Act because I do not know about it. I do not want to invest in technological companies, and again, cherry picking is the biggest difficulty. And since we are talking a lot about the Ukrainian, which is an amazing example from which we can learn, I think that one of the best ways to fight disinformation were an instance of such a cooperation. For example, the Bucha massacre was documented by satellite companies, by commercially sourced intelligence. That was analyzed by journalists on the field. That was published all over using the platform of New York Times, Reuters, BBC, and stuff like that. And again, it was not only journalism, it was not only intelligence, but again, it was a wide alliance between commercially sourced intelligence, open source intelligence, journalists, fact-checking, government communication, and stuff like that. And I think, again, this is one example. Another example of a great piece of information was the way the secret squad firing missile was exposed by Bellingcat company, which is not a journalistic company. It is a technological company using dark web, doing hacking, studied the profile of the engineers who graduated at some point from a Russian academy. So again, this is a completely different thing from simple fact-checking or journalistic work.
Thanks a lot. I think it would be a whole different discussion, at least thinking from a German point of view, if it is the right idea for journalists to work together with intelligence services. So
open source intelligence.
Open source, that's a different. So, but we won't discuss this today because I think it wouldn't work.
But definitely, I had in mind open source intelligence, like the one provided by Maxar Technologies or Bellingcat.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. In the first panel, we had a discussion about the young generation. You, Tatiana, mentioned the lack of education and what is going on. So I want a last round on the panel, and then it's time for your questions. What is the point for education? What do we need most? Tatiana, would you like to start?
What do we need for education?
For education in media, concerning media, of course.
As I said, everything, or even our local problems, we should look from these global anthropologists' lenses. This is era, as I said, of extremely fast access to information, but on the other hand, of the consistent education of young generation and older. Now, also, we have to think of our own responsibility of older generation. What kind of world we are actually leaving to younger generation? The Russian invasion is the best example, like the current one, not to mention other world crises, or even that we are scared most, threats of new wars. I believe in one, let's say, theory, that all of our problems are lack of, as a starting point, a lack of education and lack of working skills. I truly believe that you really, if you work for a noble cause, you are by time getting a better person. But also it's about education. The education sphere has lost consistency. Personally, I am against any kind of censorship. I don't like any kind of, any Soviet communist style. I myself come from a system that we actually, although former Yugoslavia was far different than Bulgaria or any other Eastern country, I'm supporting anything that comes with freedom, like free will of a person to choose whatever he or she want to do, as long as it does not injures the other person. But unfortunately, this kind of freedom of information and lack of media literacy, this is a lost war. As we are talking about evolution, we lost the game, at least that's my belief when it comes to young generation, that they're extremely well educated in technological point, but they have not evolved in terms of acquiring cognitive skills as controlling the information, quality of information, consistency in education, etc. What we can do is, again, somehow to turn a huge light over that dark room, that new generations are very close to information ourselves, but we are lost at global culture or global education. That we have to start working on really media literacy as our physical hygiene. In my opinion, if I would have to, for instance, reform the education system, I would not teach young generation to, how to write or read, because young children already acquire that. But you have to immediately start working on this kind of digital and media literacy. What kind of information comes as to pack them in education value system. We lose value education system. This is what we have to restore. When they are educated, that has to come with acquiring proper value system. This is where we can talk about good and bad category. What is acceptable for mankind, what is not acceptable, what is part of freedom, what is violation of another person's freedom, what is helping the earth and planet, and what is destroying the planet. We really have to somehow turn a light on values. And this is like a lost system in this digital era, and I believe if we restore global system, like global value system as helping the mankind, that can help the digital education, diplomacy, etc.
Okay, thank you. Katerina, I want to ask you, would you agree it is a lost generation, or do you think we could do anything?
I don't know. I'm not a defeatist by character. I think that, as Alina said, that it's hard and it's very difficult battle, but I don't think that it's lost yet, although we are on a good path to do that. Talking about media literacy and education, I want to point our role as media in that, because we mentioned before how we give space to everybody. So there is a very good book, Death of an Expertise, by Tom Nichols, that now everyone is an expert for everything. On our TV stations, you can see the same person goes there in the role of expert for COVID, for geopolitics, and for economical issues. And we allow that. So we have to stop doing that. We have to find good people with good expertise, real professionals, and give space to them. Because otherwise, I think that's how we are making this chaos in the viewers' minds and readers' minds, that everything they read is so chaotic. So I really want to agree with what Alina said, this collaboration between different actors that are working. We have to work together, because none of what we are doing is enough only that. So we have to combine those methods, those tactics in fighting disinformation. And another thing, that we have to put disinformation and the whole problem in context, give it the wider perspective, as the colleague from Germany said. In our register, there is actually like an ID for every media. So with one click, if you read something on internet, and you can see the media that published that, you're going on the website, you're just clicking one click, and there is the whole ID. People who are working there, who is the editor-in-chief, how the media is financed, so you can follow the money. What company is behind that? So me, as a person, it will be easier for me to understand the connection and to connect the dots from that propaganda if I see the whole story. So that's how this tool is helping, but it's not enough. We know that. We have to create more products, more good journalism, because we are feeding people. We live, there is a very good old Macedonian saying, I'm going to say it in Macedonian, so probably you're going to understand, like, "Dojdo divita gi izbrka pitomita." So the wild ones came, and the good ones just leave them space. They didn't fight. So you have to fight. We are just, we are just in our this position of defending, but not really. We're not even brave enough. I'm going to say a very interesting example from yesterday. The Minister of Education, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, they started a new program for primary school, and it was how to explain to young children that there are different types of families. So there it's not only mom, dad, and the kids, but it can only be a man and a woman, a man and a man, a dad, single dad, and 2 kids, a single mom and a kid. So different types of families. And there, on one photo, there were 2 dads and a kid. But there is nothing written under the photo. And there were groups of parents who were protesting against this yesterday. They were very loud. They said, this is how you brainwash your kids, LGBT propaganda, and so on. And what did the fact-checking organization we have? They said, this is not it. This is false. They presented a statement from the director of that school, and she said, no, this is not 2 dads. This is 1 dad and 2 sons. This is a bigger son. And that was how they fact-checked it. The ministry followed the same narrative. Okay. But today, they found the source of this photo. And it's actually a book from some of the Scandinavian countries, and it is 2 dads and a son. So instead of being brave and say, yes, I'm fighting for these values, I'm fighting for these rights, and this is my politics, this is my beliefs, I'm going to fight for them, they're just going back, because they're afraid of what? So this, can you imagine what chaos this is creating, even in the heads of supporters? Yeah. You see that those people are lying as well. They're corrupted as well. Liberals, they're lying as well. That's not good. So how to make a really clear distinction? What is bad and what is worse now? Have to fight for your values, and there is no compromise for that.
I would shortly make the point that I would expand the term education, and I think that we are talking about literacy, education, and lifelong learning. Because again, if we focus only on the young generation, of course it is worth it to invest in the future, but the information war is waged right now, and it is waged against all demographic groups. So we have to do it cross-generational too. With a very specific example in Romania, apparently the generation that experienced communist period was more resilient to Russian propaganda, whereas the younger generation that was supposed to be digitally natives is more exposed to the idea that Vladimir Putin is a cool guy, that he rides some tigers, that this is again something very, very cool. So again, we are talking about education, literacy, and lifelong learning. And I would definitely start with the political leaders and with the leaders from mainstream media. I have grown tired of talking to high-profile figures in Romania saying, look, Russian propaganda is traveling a lot on WhatsApp. And the answer is, I do not use WhatsApp, as if this thing matters. I mean, again, I would start with literacy, to high-profile leaders, whether they are in mainstream politics, in mainstream journalism, in mainstream financial positions, and again, to create literacy. I know that some people are offended. How can you say that I am illiterate when it comes to the digital environment? I think that this is a hard truth. We are all illiterate when it comes to the digital environment, and I'm looking forward to hearing the discussion about ChatGPT. We are all illiterate when it comes to a thing like that. So get an answer that I do not use WhatsApp, I do not use Telegram, I do not use Facebook, and it means that what you are signaling is complete bullshit. I think you have to do a wide literacy, especially for decision makers.
Okay, Alexei. Yeah. Alexei, what do you think about this point?
I absolutely agree with my colleagues that in terms of education, we should invest in education in the general public, not just journalism, because there's a very good analogy that the information you consume is pretty much like the food you consume. And most of the people right now, they consume mostly fat or mostly carbohydrates, but the right information diet is something that we should teach the general public too. There is even an idea about how to label different kind of information in terms of helping you to make a healthy diet. But what I think is more important than education, at least throughout our region, which can very hardly be seen from Germany, is that the journalism itself is in very deep crisis. I don't mean to be pessimistic, but most of the things I have learned, and the people that are coming to Capital are learning, they're not being taught in the journalism schools, but they're taught from one people to another, from one journalist to another. And because the business model of most of the media throughout the region is in crisis, there is a very huge risk that this method of just passing the journalistic knowledge from one generation to another could stop. Yeah. I'm a part of a network of editors in different publications in Central and Eastern Europe, and we gather once a month and exchange stories about what's going on. And there's a very similar pattern starting from Czech Republic, going through Slovenia, Romania, and Bulgaria, throughout the whole region, that the media landscape is collapsing. Yes. And that's the much bigger problem that the education itself. We should invest in saving the journalism, not in education is secondary, I believe.
Yeah, that's another important point for us as a takeaway for our discussion today, that we have to support the media system and the journalistic education. Yeah, thank you. I would like to open the discussion now for you, if there are any. So I think you were the first one, so it's your turn. We are collecting 3 to 4 questions and then answer them.
Thank you very much for the great discussion. So I would like to put a difficult question, because I understand here that there are lots of people from the social sciences and I came from the technical sciences and the technologies, but the question is like this. How do you believe in the future the medias like private groups that are implementing also technologies with artificial intelligence will be handled not to blur the truth, as is our title? Thank you.
Okay. There are 2 more questions. There, at the back of the audience.
My name is Remzia Shahini Hoja. I'm a professor at the Journalism Department of University of Pristina. So mine is rather a comment than not a question directly. I would like just to sum up some few things that has been said in the previous discussion and this discussion, and I would like to thank Konrad Adenauer for organizing this very important event. It was said that journalists don't own the truth, but journalists are the first one who write the road draft of history. So I do agree with Katerina that we should find solutions. Just the other week, Russia was throwing bombs in Ukraine in which were written za Srpsko Kosovo, for Serbian Kosovo. So Tatiana is representing a news portal from Kosovo, from Mitrovica, which is a city, what was the name of the city in Bulgaria, in northern part? Vidrin?
Severna.
Yeah, so Mitrovica is actually in the northern part of Kosovo, but it's still part of Kosovo. And the news portal is using an anti-constitutional discourse. So they use the term Kosovo i Metohija, which is a pejorative term for Kosovo. I mean, I have seen it in one of the reportings today. I think that in order that we should combat disinformation, we should change the discourse. So fake news is not a news, because news should be based on professional level and be unbiased. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Frank Stier. I'm a German journalist working in Sofia for German-speaking media. In the past few years, I have been to a few conferences about disinformation, fake news, and conspiracy narratives. And I have to admit that I very often feel a little bit uncomfortable, because these conference functions too often according to the principle 5 chairs, 1 opinion. And this opinion, simplified, is the follow. What comes from Russia is fake news, disinformation, or conspiracy narrative, and we have to counter it because we know what is the truth. We all remember the years of the pandemic. In the pandemic, it was the follows. Critics of lockdowns, they are corona denier. They don't trust the science because the science agrees that the lockdown measures our state institutions have enacted are the only way to fight pandemic. People who are skeptical against corona vaccines, they are anti-vaxxers and they are a risk for our fellow people. But the times, they are changing and these narratives are outdated. The same media in Germany, which 1.5 years declared the corona vaccines as secure and effective, now bring reports about people vaccine damaged. Our German health minister, who was the fierce propagator of every possible lockdown measure, he now says lockdown measures under the blue sky were bullshit. And
may I ask you not to be
closure of schools were a big mistake. So my question to you is, when will the fact-checkers begin, who are about 1.5 years always defended the lockdown measures of the state institutions and called lockdown method critics as corona deniers and conspiracy? When will they begin to review their own fact-checks in the past 2 years?
Yeah.
Because I think the results of such a review of the fact-checks would be a very interesting topic for a panel for future media conference. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question by our ambassador from Germany, but she has to leave, and I want really to thank you very, very much. It was really good to have you here. And yeah, thank you very much. Have a safe trip home. Thank you for being with us. So, see you next time. Yeah, thank you. So,
and thank you for that beautiful illustration. Actually, my question concerns something you actually, I think, were the only one to mention the Digital Services Act that's going to enter into force in February of next year. And I've brought that up several times here in Bulgaria. And here we come to the illiteracy point you also highlighted. Most people, also political deciders, just don't know about it and don't know what it's about. And actually, I think it's about our diet in a way. The fats and the carbohydrates. And I mean, food is regulated. And the most unhealthy stuff is just not being allowed to be sold. So, and I think the Digital Services Act aims at something similar to curb those emotional carbohydrates that we are constantly being fed through social media, because the algorithm promotes stuff that raises emotions. It's not so much, in my mind, I'm not quite sure if it's so much about media literacy or if it's about being emotionally overpowered in the current state of things. So my question to you is, how do you think the Digital Services Act is going to ameliorate your working conditions, and what other desiderata do you have towards regulators? What should regulators, hopefully alphabetized, do for you?
Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much for your questions, and there are a lot of points to discuss, and I want to, would you like to start not, just to repeat it in a short way, it was how would you prevent the companies from blurring the truth, the private, the tech companies, algorithms that will be part of the lecture after lunch. There's a question about do we have to check our fact-checkings again, and will we reorganize them? And the last one is the Digital Act. So perhaps you know an answer for one of them, the
yes,
last
I will
probably,
cherry pick myself
yeah.
about the Digital Services Act. I think that this is, in my opinion, since I contributed somehow to its design, I think it is a good piece of legislation because it doesn't care about content. And I think this is one of the biggest mistakes when we're doing fighting disinformation, that we talk a lot about content and we do not talk about how the content is produced, disseminated, and amplified. And the Digital Services Act tries to be content agnostic. I mean, content is free, but we have to have a lot of transparency about how content is produced, with what kind of money, how it is recommended, how the algorithms function from this point of view. And again, I think that it is a good piece of legislation, but of course it is up to each member state to know about it and to start to implement, because, for example, every 6 months, each member state has to provide transparency reports about how data are collected, how they are used for profiling, what kind of profiling it is done, how it is done, how the algorithms function. And again, this doesn't have to do with journalism, with censorship, but again, with bringing a lot of transparency about why a certain type of content is wired and it circulates like crazy, whereas more qualitative type of content is merely dead. And I will thank you for bringing this issue, the topic of emotional literacy. When talking about education, literacy, and lifelong learning, definitely we should talk about emotional literacy, because disinformation is bred by our emotions. And this is how algorithms are designed in the first place, in order to amplify content which is more emotional. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alexei.
Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with details of the European Media Act, but what I would like to say about this is that I believe that the European Union could play a much larger role in just saving the future of journalism and media. And I believe that there should be an EU fund aimed at financing media in different countries, in order to help them survive, even financing the public media in these countries, because I really can't really see a reason why we are financing agricultural producers, fishermen, or industries like this, but we are not financing the media industry. I really cannot see a single argument against this.
But that's a question of the independence, isn't it?
True, but it's much more questionable to finance the public media through local governments than through European Union. So I think that if a well-developed mechanism is much more...
There needs to be a funding.
Yeah.
So,
And I'll quickly answer the AI question with a quote from a Bulgarian very well-known cartoonist, Hristo Komarnitsky, who recently wrote that I'm not following anything about AI, just let me know if he says something funny. And I think that it applies to the media. It's not a threat to the business model of media, because the business model is already broken. And it will change a lot in the world economy, I'm absolutely sure about it. It will absolutely devastate the IT sector, the search advertising and things like that. But as long as it concerns the production of media content, I don't think there is any imminent threat from it.
Just if I can add 2 things about the emotions, that's exactly why we are talking about post-truth. The last quality of journalism, education, that's where, or the truth, that's where we exposed emotions. Unfortunately, I can't say it's the lowest ranking emotions, but it's like the last we as human beings feel free, substantially free today. And in order to feel free, you also have to adopt certain, as I said, system of values, education, being in high quality interaction with other human beings. So the less we have that, the more cheap emotions we expose, and that's exactly extremely fruitful arena for spreading fake news, because the absence of truth is completely masked with the exposure of these kind of cheap, strong emotions, anger, hatred, exaggeration in optimism or in joyful. And if I can just add, I don't want to take more time to my fellow citizen from Kosovo, the university professor. In my opinion, that's exactly how we fall into these conflicting narratives, and we adopt my portion of truth, and I'm not aware of the other and different, and whatever is other and different is completely enmity. Whoever was analyzing our news could see that we use Kosovo and Metohija, Kosovo Republic, Dukadjini, which is Albanian name for Metohija. We are primarily Serbian language news portal. We are designed for Kosovo Serbian community. Kosovo Serbs are citizens with dual citizenship, at least. That means that they are communicating and functioning in both of the systems of Republic of Serbia and Kosovo Republic. Kosovo Metohija is not unconstitutional term in terms of constitution. This is not a part of constitutions. Maybe it will be one day, but it's not part of constitution. It doesn't mean it's unconstitutional, but official term for Serbia is Kosovo Metohija. Just to finish with that, Metohija is geographical part, second part of Kosovo. People live in Dukadjini or in Metohija. So my colleagues, journalists, that we function every day, they're living in Metohija and Dukadjini. And Serbs use, okay. I provide at least hope of the answer. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think
that you understand, but it's not this term that has been used for entire decades and centuries.
Yeah.
I understand it insults you, but I can't help it.
So yeah, but I think this is we can't solve this problem here. I learn it is a problem. So thank you for mentioning it. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for me. So Patrick, probably you can say something to the German question too.
Yes,
definitely.
Of course
so, yeah.
I can. It's not correct that we just said that all the lockdowns were correct. I can show you several articles and fact checks I wrote myself where I asked if statements from our health minister Karl Lauterbach are correct, or where we asked if a curfew, Ausgangssperre, if that's an effective measure. So this is, I think, kind of cherry picking to say it was only articles who wrote that everything was correct, what the government did. So from my perspective, that's not the whole picture. I would like to come back to the question also we had here about the young generation at the end. I can only talk from the German perspective. And I am a little bit more optimistic from the German perspective when it comes to the younger generation, because when I'm confronted with disinformation, when I'm confronted with hate speech, it's mostly not the young people. It's more coming from the older generation and men, mostly from men. And they think they are really well educated with media, and they are not at all. Because younger people understand much better how easy it is to manipulate in this digital age. So I think we have to see them as allies, but they need orientation, of course, for younger people. But I think, as I said, from the German perspective, I'm a little bit more optimistic, and there are fact-checking platforms that are also on TikTok, for example, and that works. So the young people also consume it. Also the Tagesschau is at TikTok, and there are also influencers who are doing fact-checking on TikTok. So that's something you need resources, of course, for, but it works. It can work.
So thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists, including Katarina, who had to leave already. Thank you for your time, for listening to us. I think there's not stuff for discussion during lunchtime. There's now 60 minutes lunchtime, and we will continue at 2:50 with your lecture concerning AI, ChatGPT, and everything else which is waiting for us in the future. So have a wonderful lunchtime. Thank you.
Imagine you put on your glasses. Imagine Imagine
искам да я видя как беше. Само да видим. Чували ли сме?
Натали Панк.
Да, на тези слушалки ще може.
Hello, hello. Hey,
Me?
hey, yeah, I can hear you. Actually, yeah, good. We are 15 minutes behind the program, even more. So we'll have half an hour individual panel with a person who will talk about ChatGPT, and after that will be your panel.
Okay.
Mhm.
I know I'm early. I'm just logging in to listening.
Okay, good. And you stay from the beginning till the end of the panel?
Yes.
Perfect. Good. So how things are going on?
Oh, good. It's been a long day. It's it's about 7:30 in the evening for me.
Wow. It's 2:30 in Sofia.
Yeah. Yes.
Good, excellent. So I ask you for your patience. Please stay on and we'll probably start in 7 minutes.
Sure.
Good.
I am clear, right? Coming across clearly in terms of audio.
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, good. Excellent. See you soon.
See you.
Thank you.
It's working out? Great, we have the presentation on stage. Welcome back, everybody. It is time to wake up. Not only because this is the after lunch session, the hardest session there is, but also in terms of technological developments and disinformation. Georgi Gospodinov mentioned it in his keynote speech, the challenge artificial intelligence is posing to the information world as such, and to disinformation in particular. I think all of our discussions have somehow touched upon the issue of how artificial intelligence is having an impact on disinformation, on the media, how technological developments as such are having an impact on the media, and what will the future generation do with all this new media, and where is it going? And this is exactly what I'm trying to press all in one half-hour speech. So I started out with the metaverse, deepfakes, and ChatGPT. We'll go into some details at it, because these are some things that are viral at the moment. It's already here, and it's showing us a way that we need to be aware of where it might lead when it comes to disinformation. So the first question: what is the metaverse? Has anybody here a clear understanding of what the metaverse actually is? Because normally, every time I ask a question, it's sort of a blurred understanding. People think it has something to do with the product that the Facebook company Meta is developing, which is not entirely false, but also not entirely correct. So this is what the metaverse looks like in the vision of
you put on your
Meta.
glasses or headset and you're instantly in your home space. It has parts of your physical home recreated virtually, it has things that are only possible virtually, and it has an incredibly inspiring view of whatever you find most beautiful.
Hey, are you coming?
Yeah, just gotta find something to wear. All right, perfect. Oh, hey, Mark. Hey, what's going on?
Hi.
Mark. What's up, Mark? Whoa, we're floating in space? Who made this place? It's awesome.
Right? It's from a crater I met in LA.
This place is amazing.
Boz, is that you?
Of course it's me. You know I had to be the robot, man.
I thought I was supposed to be the robot.
So I'm going to stop it here, because the entire promotional video is up to an hour. But this is more or less what people think the metaverse is, and what, according to Meta, the metaverse is like a second universe out there, a virtual world. You transform yourself into an avatar and interact with the entire world in a virtual 3D space. But what about this, for example? This is a 3D virtual reality art exhibition in my hometown in Germany. It was called Crypto Gallery at One, an entirely virtual exhibition about cryptocurrency. And as you can see here, it's not only that some items are the art, but the form and the content somehow meld together, being one big piece of art. And you only need a headset, and then you walk right through the exhibition. You're interacting with it. You're inside it. Or what about this? This is a very interesting model. It's a shot of a iX1, a BMW demo version car, where digital technology melds with good old-fashioned German engineering. It all displays, and also the surroundings you see outside of the car when driving, they are all projections on the surfaces of the car. And everything in the car is connected and run online. So this too is the metaverse. Everything is connected to an online world, and you can change and operate it while operating it. Or what about this? This is a three-dimensional virtual reality used for training and performing surgery. This is also something, that is already being used right now. So all of this is the metaverse. It's not only that second digital universe that is out there. And if you want an academic definition of what the metaverse is, Matthew Ball, one of the world's leading academics on the metaverse, said The metaverse is a quasi-successor state to the mobile internet, so it's the next thing after mobile internet. A massively scaled, interoperable network of real-time rendered 3D virtual worlds and environments, which can be experienced synchronously and persistently by an effectively unlimited number of users. That sort of sounds complicated, so I broke it down. This is what a metaverse is. To say that Meta or Facebook is the metaverse is like saying that Google is the internet. Metaverse technology is instead of made up internet, 3D, virtual reality, interoperability, all the things are interacting all at once, and an unlimited amount of users, connections, and access. So, and I'd like to start them.
طب انزل يا ابني روح تحت انزل روح تحت انجز
So this was just to give you an expression of how real this works. I mean, you think about it, it's a headset and you're seeing something on your mobile, on your desktop, but it's not. It's way more real than that, and it's also not something that is used only in the gaming world outside there. This has real-life applications. So, and it feels incredibly real. I don't know who of you have ever actively used such a headset, but if you do, it feels real. And if you want to know just how far things are going, we're not talking about simple headsets anymore, but integrated technology that soon will speak to all your senses, and you have direct contact with your nervous system. This is what some companies are working on at the moment, with sensors being attached to your bodies via headsets, helmets, full body suits, lenses, etc. And the founder of one of the companies that developed the first headsets that was later bought by the Facebook company is actually working on a helmet, you can see it on the right-hand side, that is connected to your nervous system. And if you die in a virtual world, you die in reality. It will pump an electric shock into your brain and you will die. I don't think that this will be available or legal at all, but it will be possible, or maybe it is already. So, and if you keep that in mind, and we're switching to the disinformation world, how real do you think would that feel if you would watch it in such an environment?
Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Oh merde. Oh mon Dieu. Viens voir, viens voir.
This is an official video that was produced and spread in Ukraine in order to entice Western support for the country by showing. We're touching here on the issues of deepfakes, but we'll come to that a bit later on, just to show how an attack on Paris would look like. And if you imagine that in a 3D virtual reality environment, especially when connected not only to your eyes but to your nervous system as such, how would that feel, and what effect would that produce? Oops. No. So, just to summarize a very broad topic, metaverse technology seems to provide a perfect environment for disinformation. This metaverse technology feels more realistic, more social, more immersive, and it relies more on visualization. It relies on very strong emotions and on an active user experience and on decentralization. These are all the technical issues that have made disinformation on social media very big and very successful. And all these single factors are being multiplied in a technological environment like this. But there's more. You have no authorities or regulation that is specific to the metaverse. It took us 17 years to have a European regulation, the Digital Service Act was mentioned earlier on, for current social media. This is the next thing, nobody's watching, and if it takes us another 17 years for a regulator to come up with metaverse-specific regulations, it's sort of a new digital Wild West at the moment. And all in all, this situation reminds us about a time 2 decades ago when a new company called Facebook, soon followed by several others, first appeared and had a significant impact on the world of disinformation. So now is the time to wake up, as I said, and to have a look at what is going on in the metaverse, what will be possible there. Just a second. Yes, and now the million-dollar question, is there already disinformation in the metaverse? And the answer is, of course there is, and it's quite easy to. This is a video of an experiment conducted by BuzzFeed journalists in the US roughly a year ago. A group of journalists from the BuzzFeed desk created a world on Meta's metaverse platform Horizon Worlds, and it posted only hate speech, conspiracy theories, all of this content, and invited only their journalists to it. And here's some impressions of how that looked like, and this is the easy version of it. So you have the virtual space, you have all the messages over there. This is something they could do within, I don't know, half an hour or something. You create the world, you invite participants, and you have only the messages out there. And the second part of the experiment was to report that world for promoting content that violates the code of conduct of Meta to Meta. And what did Meta moderation team said? It said, your world is fine. There is no problem with that. That was obviously reviewed by artificial intelligence. And only after the third time the journalists reported this world and wrote the message to the Meta's PR department was it that this world was removed from the Horizon platform. And when asked about that, Meta declined to answer any questions of why they didn't remove it in the first place, why they never recognized a world that is full only of this content. There was only this kind of content that was posted in this world. So this is another example. I think I'm going to skip that and come to deepfakes. This is a social media platform that is out now and will have a metaverse version later this year. So maybe we'll come to that again. And now switch to the deepfake, something that has already been discussed for the past year or so. It's another fascinating technology with massive implications for the development of disinformation. That is, deepfakes are photos and images and videos that are manipulated by using artificial intelligence or deep learning technology. And this technology has already been heavily employed as a tool for disinformation and propaganda, for example, during the war in Ukraine. And here's one example. For example, in March last year, only weeks after the attack, there was a fake video spread where President Zelensky called on the Ukrainian army and people to surrender, which was a deepfake video produced in Russia. This one is a video that was made public by Ukrainian military intelligence. Allegedly, it's a deepfake video call they intercepted.
What does it mean?
The video shows the Ukrainian Prime Minister talking to the Turkish drone manufacturer, cancelling their orders for Turkish drones for the war. This was intercepted by Ukrainian intelligence, they claim. But this gives you an example of what you can do with that kind of technology, especially in times of war. And if you combine it with a metaverse environment, for example, it will be even more powerful. And this is one of my favorite examples. If you think about deepfakes and what experience has shown so far, it's not only about the quality of the fakes and the content. The quality is getting better and better. It is about trust. This is why deepfakes are such a big issue at the moment. Deepfakes disrupt our trust in what we see. Seeing is no longer believing, and until so far, people have tended to believe more in visual media than they do in text. And no other example demonstrates the disruptive effect of deepfakes better than the case of Ali Bongo. In the year 2019, he was the president of West African country of Gabon. He was abroad for medical treatment, and he sent a video message to his people. This video message was labeled a deepfake by the opposition. And since it created such an amount of uncertainty, the military actually seized power to restore order because they were uncertain whether the president is still alive or not. But, and this became clear shortly afterwards, the video wasn't a deepfake. It was just a sick president sending a video message to his people. So the rumor of it being a deepfake was enough to trigger a military coup. So this shows you the disruptive potential of these technologies. And we're entering the world of artificial intelligence, or AI. The recent past has seen a very rapid development in that area, with the AI language bot ChatGPT probably being the most famous. And hardly surprising, this development also has significant implications for disinformation. I was a bit surprised when our Bulgarian colleague on the last stage said that he doesn't think that artificial intelligence will have a lot of impact on the journalistic day-to-day work, because I think it will change it completely. AI bots like ChatGPT can be used to produce and spread any kind of information, including disinformation and other false information. And that to a formerly unthinkable extent, and in a very short period of time. Within several seconds, this software will produce you whatever text you ask for. Thus, these programs, they are not yet able to produce this information all on their own. They still need you to interact, but they can facilitate and accelerate the entire process. And for example, ChatGPT, if you ask ChatGPT to produce a fake news article about any given topic, it will say, no, I cannot do that because I have ethical boundaries, the way I programmed. I can never be used to produce this information. So you have to change your questions and to get him to include false or delusive information. So this is one thing, but on the other hand, ChatGPT can also be used to fight disinformation. Just like any other AI program, it can also be used for creating quality information. And just like with most technology, AI, bots, deepfakes, they have both positive and negative applications. So ChatGPT, for example, can be used to find and provide accurate information. It can analyze content. It can be used for user profiling. It can help to create, produce, and spread strategic communications. It can produce your narrative, and it can, in very significant ways, support quality journalism. There are other applications too. You can use basically the same problem, for example, to visualize large amount of text, to read through a lot of data. So there are a lot of creative ways that you can use that program to support quality journalism. But if we like to stay on the dark side and look at what damage bots can do, here's another example. This is David. David was an artificial intelligence bot designed for metaverse applications by an IT company in the US. And when presented at a tech fair in Barcelona 2 years ago, David started to repeat some of the worst conspiracy theories about the coronavirus, mainly its origin. That obviously, unlike ChatGPT, the programmers did not include any boundaries on what the bot can say, and they did not keep track on where the bot is learning his information. So the bot obviously, or the program, picked up this misinformation while learning somewhere online, and then just repeated what he said. There was another example with a Microsoft bot who, after being exposed to user interaction for I think an hour, would just repeat some of the worst racial slurs. It only took them an hour. So I think I'm going to skip that too. That's also something that's been out there done with artificial intelligence, virtual influencers. Influencers are no longer only humans. You have AI programs doing that, and very successful, been very big, and it's only the next step until some government has its programmers run AI bots, posing as humans, spreading political messages. It's only a question of time, because they're already interested in it. And now back to the image world, still talking about AI and deepfakes. This is some pictures generated with Midjourney. It's an image generator online. You can just register, and with a simple command of words, this program will create pictures like these. And especially if you look at the last two, they seem incredibly real. It's all fake. It takes roughly 50 seconds to produce them. And particularly the third one, as today the charges against former President Trump are being read. This was a picture posted by Elliot Higgins, the founder and chief editor of Bellingcat. And imagine what that could do if Trump, for example, had still been president, if it wasn't Higgins, of course, in his Twitter message, explained what he's doing and for what purpose he's using that image generator. But imagine how easy it is in the future to have a picture like that being produced within 15 seconds for free. And if it's spread in the right environment, that is in the known disinformation outlets, what reaction would this picture provoke? Oh. And if you're asking yourself why is this all so dangerous in metaverse spaces, then take a second to think about mimicry and micro-targeting, something that has happened on traditional social media so far. But in a metaverse space, it will be all more real and large scale. Well, with all these technologies, we enter a completely new era of manipulation. Psychological studies already 20 years ago have shown that you can morph faces of politicians up to 40% with those of voters without the voters noticing. And at the same time, this makes the politicians more likable and accepted to voters. You see here the old examples with Hillary Clinton and former President Bush. There were also some studies of professors who are engaged in virtual reality and hold their lectures in virtual reality. They made the same thing with their avatar online. They blended the picture with those of their students and had the avatar looking at all the students at the same time, which increased the attention of the students by 20%. And with metaverse technology, you can do that simultaneously with every user in a 3D VR environment. So not only can you reach a larger audience, but you will also seem more realistic, more appealing, and that to each individual user. If you think about the Cambridge Analytica scandal and what Cambridge Analytica claimed 8 years ago, what they could do with the data they collected about Facebook users, think about what you can do in a metaverse environment where you can have one politician have one message for a million users all at the same time, physically resembling the users to be more appealing. And that all at the same time in a VR 3D environment that makes you feel what he says. Oh, it's coming. Yes. So to sum up, first, metaverse, AI, and VR technology make this information more realistic, more emotional, and more powerful. Second, the technology and the developments give an advantage to the dark sides and the attackers. There is more and better software that can be used to create this information, or that these image generators that can create any image. There's free software out there for doing that, but there's so far hardly any software, especially non-free, to recognize these falsifications. And third, there's a complete lack of attention for the topic. When we talk about disinformation, when politicians talk about regulating social media, the online world, there is nothing in there for the metaverse. It's also completely unclear how, for example, European regulation would work in a metaverse that is not bound to the European physical space or the European realm of law. You can operate the same spaces that you can enter from here, from India, and you don't have to apply European legislation there. And all this, it has already begun. It's not something I'm telling you that will happen in the next 5 years. It has already started. So, but since I do not want to leave you all scared and alone with all this big bad news, there's a lot we can do about these developments, and the right time to do so is right now. First, as it always is with disinformation, media literacy helps. So far, hardly anybody has an idea of how the metaverse looks like, what it will be or won't be, or how ChatGPT operates and how it can influence your life. But these technologies, and particularly the creative as well as the negative aspects, they can be learned, explained, and trained, which reduces their risks. Yet we need to do so soon. Second, there's the governance issue. I just said most metaverse spaces are like the Wild West right now, and there's no metaverse or hardly any deepfake specific legislation. Did you know that the only legislation in the world that is actually forbidding the use of deepfake technology for harmful purposes is in the state of California? It's the only law on this planet that forbids this use. So far, we're being left alone again with the companies that produce the software or the hardware and that are operating all these spaces. So we are left alone again to trust Meta, Microsoft, whoever, to moderate their content. But it does not need to be that way. Some researchers, for example, have suggested exactly for addressing the global information space needs a global model of regulation, of control, of authority. So they suggested a CERN-like model for the global information sphere. That is something that has been operated internationally with independent international experts from most countries in one institution. Third is technology. There's much we can do here. We need more investments and research on software that can just as easily detect and delete deepfakes as it can produce them. Some lawmakers have already started to think about legal regulation. I mentioned the example from California. This is something we can do. And fourth, despite of what I'm telling you about the negative applications of this technology, and I think we had that on one of the panels, it's not, if you say, I'm not going to use the metaverse anyway, so I'm not concerned, you're doing the same mistake all over again. There's no point in trying to avoid or ban all this technology. It won't work. It is already there and has massive positive applications. So what we need to do, also as journalists, as educators, or anybody working with serious information, we need to embrace this technology to foreground creative, productive, and positive use, and not to be scared of the negative potential. And something I'd like to do for the very end, as a farewell and a demonstration of the creative applications of AI. I don't know who mentioned it in the morning. Call me again when artificial intelligence can produce something funny. Okay, here's a poem I asked ChatGPT to compose about this information in the metaverse, and again, it takes him 10 seconds. So, in the metaverse, where dreams come to life, a virtual world where truth can be rife, a place where reality blends with the virtual, where disinformation can easily be spiral. With a click of a button, a message is sent, spreading false tales with ease its contents. Misinformation can quickly take hold, leaving truth buried, a story untold. From political propaganda to phishing scams, disinformation can take many forms and become a sham. It can be a whisper, a rumor, a hoax, harming the innocent in the virtual world it provokes. So when you enter the metaverse, be aware of the information you see and the tales you hear. Verify sources and question what's true in the virtual world. Protect yourself and what you do. So, thanks a lot. I hope this was a very short overview of a very broad topic, and I wanted to include a lot of the new technologies that are already out there. Who's interested in the question, I wrote a paper for the Adenauer Foundation about the issue. And do we have time for some questions, or are we... After what? Oh, that's sort of unfair, okay. Okay, so we have to start with the next panel, and if there are any questions, I will be available for that. Thanks for your attention. I hope I woke you up, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
I'll just move this chair. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Leila Bičakčić. I will be moderating this session that is meant to wake you up and to make you leave with some positive outcomes. So it's not all the gloomy, bleak picture that Christopher just showed us. It's scary, but we are here to offer solutions. So we will make you believe that the world is possible even after what Christopher just showed us. It's a great pleasure to start with the now former Minister of Electronic Governance. As I understand, you are now elected to the Parliament, so you will continue working in the new setup of the government. But it would be great to start, because I know that you won't be able to stay until the end of the panel. So I would like to start with you and to give us basically the overview, because you were the first Minister of e-governance in Bulgaria. So what were the main challenges when you started? What you had to immediately react upon, and where did you leave the ministry at the end of your mandate?
What were the challenges? All of them. The thing is, the government hasn't before even tackled the problem of disinformation. And that's true not just for Bulgaria, has been true for many countries. So we had to basically first put it in some legal form that we are responsible for this thing, because it doesn't exist in the legal world. So when we created the ministry, there's this basic document that founds the ministry. We put it there that this is one of our policy areas. In practical terms, we immediately started communication with Meta, Facebook, which is basically the only social media in Bulgaria. Yes, there is Twitter, there is YouTube, there is TikTok. All of these are marginal. Facebook is the thing that everyone uses. And we started communicating with them because they're the main channel for spreading disinformation. We pointed them to a couple of examples. We sent formal questions on how they address troll farms, for example. And their answers, unfortunately, were unsatisfactory. One of the answers that's particularly striking is they sent us their report for January of the same year, 2022, about how many trolls they discovered worldwide connected with Russia. And there were 3, not 3,000, not 300, 3 or 2, I forgot. So they're basically not tackling the issue. We then escalated that. We even spoke to their higher leadership in the US. We have formal communication, which says basically everything's fine, we have nothing to improve there. Yes, the issue is complicated, yes, it happens, but that's the most we can do. So naturally, that's not a good answer for us. I went to Brussels met Commissioners Breton and Jourova to discuss the matter, to give them some insights from Bulgaria and how disinformation is spread in social media mostly, in order to kind of help them use the Digital Services Act to address those issues. The next step that we took is draft legislation, which makes it mandatory for social media to detect troll farms. It's more complicated than that, but that's the essence. We promoted the course for civil servants on media literacy, because civil servants are a large bunch of people and we have to improve media literacy at least there. And we started strategic communications efforts. So first, basically, get people from the ministries that usually are responsible for PR and put another function on top of their existing duties, which is not easy. And I initiated the creation of a unit that monitors social media for certain narratives. Some people misinterpreted that. They said, well, the government's going to monitor what we say on the internet, but it's about trends and narratives rather than individual people. I'm not sure anything particular is happening in that direction at the moment. I don't think it is. And that's why, yeah, we had yet another election this week, and probably it will happen soon.
Yeah, it's always the issue of government interfering with the communication. We have that throughout the region. I mean, the Western Balkan is known for these. The discussion is ongoing whether there should be stricter legislation or control over the internet, where on the other side, that's the only remaining territory of free speech. Now, we know the sort of pro and cons of both concepts, but I mean, since Bulgaria is an EU country, and you have Brussels as sort of the overarching legislator in many senses. The DSA is in force in Brussels, so how did it implement, if at all, into Bulgaria, or what do you anticipate as a next step in the context of decisions made in Brussels? I know that there are ongoing communication with Facebook on the Brussels level trying to regulate the territory. We just heard from the presentation previously that will probably not be possible, but at least, I mean, if you can just give us sort of a walkthrough on the DSA implementation in Bulgaria.
Well, first of all, we don't have to choose whether we have free speech or handling disinformation. It's a thin ice, I agree, but we can target our measures in a way that doesn't affect free speech. For example, and this is something that Brussels is working on, being empowered by the DSA, reducing algorithmic bias in recommendation engines. Recommendation engines are a subject of the DSA. They're a subject just a little bit. To my taste, this is insufficient, but the Commission has broader powers in the DSA. So the recommendation engines are the thing that it not just allows disinformation to go into the social media, because disinformation has existed for as long as the world has existed. It promotes disinformation. It kind of gets the trolls to like, share, and promote and put into groups and all of these things, and focuses on the disinformation being spread. So reducing the algorithmic bias, detecting troll farms, and detecting troll farms is again not a free speech or not free speech issue. You're not a troll alone. It is a coordinated effort, many people doing the same thing, but you can detect it by many different measures, out of hours work, so one profile doing 24/7, obviously not a real person, using fake images, stock profiles, VPN exit nodes, a combination of factors that can link multiple profiles to one another, and then this can be, yeah, this is basically a troll farm. We can either block that and then be subject to the DSA provisions on content moderation, which say, well, you blocked us incorrectly, you thought we were a troll farm, but I'm actually a person that just thinks this kind of wrong ideas. And you have the right to appeal, and then you can be unblocked in case this has been incorrect. So the DSA actually provides mechanisms on the other spectrum, so you can get more free speech by this out-of-court appeals process. But at the same time, it gives the Commission the broad power to first get data, because we don't have any data at the moment. We get basically assumptions, rumors here and there. Only Meta knows the data, and they're very keen on not sharing it. Well, now Brussels will have the power to get the data, and then we'll make the conclusions.
Okay, thank you. Just the last question for you, and I will accept 2 questions from the audience just before the minister leaves, just to give an opportunity to raise questions. But before I open the floor, just a question on cooperation with the fact-checking organizations. They are now on a rise throughout the world, particularly in the region. So is there, during your mandate at the ministry, has there been any attempts to collaborate or at least to open communication with the fact-checking organizations or the media organizations and media associations seeking to ensure professional media in the country in the context of what you do? Because I do believe that they could help.
Yeah, opening communication describes correctly what we did. I participated in the event that kind of initiated a large coalition on the fact-checkers. The problem there is twofold. One is that it's post-factum. Something already gets viral, already gets to the minds of people, and then you disprove it. Yeah, it has some benefit, but the main issue is still there. And the second problem is that fact-checkers themselves get attacked and pronounced as foreign agents and stuff like that, because they're usually NGOs, media, financed sometimes by foreign entities, and then, well, who is checking our facts? The foreign NGOs, which doesn't help.
Yeah, very, very common. It seems that there is a rule book on how to target your enemies,
well,
foreign agents, financed by the foreign governments and similar. So I give an opportunity for 2 questions from the audience before the minister leaves. No one wants to ask anything from the minister. Interesting. Okay, please. I'm not sure about, because we have people online.
Okay, my name is Irina Nedeva, Association of European Journalists. I just wonder, you mentioned that probably the strategic communication might be in the hands of PRs. What we've seen in our part of the world is that actually the PR is ruining journalism in countries like Bulgaria and probably all around. And do you think actually that it is a good idea?
Well, not necessarily, but these are the only people that we have in the civil service at all that are somewhat related to the topic. We obviously have to build better new Stratcom units, but we have to do a lot of things from the ground up, and so we had to start somewhere. So yeah, in general, I agree they may not be the best fit, but if we want speed, and that's one of the factors that were important, that's why we went there. For good or for bad, it didn't get too far, so...
We have to distinguish strategic communication from the PER. I mean, it's, again, another layer of problems. Yeah, please.
Thank you. It's a great opportunity to have Božidar with us. My question is about this vertical integration of efforts, because you did a lot on the level of infrastructure, a lot on the level of information, but there is another layer of cognitive space where this disinformation and propaganda is working quite effectively. So in future government, how do you see this vertical integration in order to have technology, information, and cognitive space really defended proper way against this really serious challenge to our society? Thank you.
Thank you.
I understand your question, but I think this is a bit too science fiction for the state of affairs in the public sector in Bulgaria. So it will take us 2 mandates to get there. We probably will.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, and unfortunately we won't have you until the end, but thank you.
Thank you very much.
And now we are back to discuss how we will, whether we will lose or we will win. We have Natalie, who is waiting for us for a while from Singapore, and I would like to give you the floor to start first on some of the steps that you have made and some of the challenges that you have faced in the fight against disinformation. Natalie, floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Laila. My apologies to everyone there that I cannot be there in person. I'm in the midst of my teaching semester, so I literally had a class today. I am going to make 3 key points. I'm not very sure if I'm going to provide very clear solutions at the end of it, but let's try. The context that I share from is really very much based on my work in Asia. So I think just the first point I'd like to make is the nature of disinformation and misinformation production in Asia. And I think where we find that, for instance, maybe in the US, people who manipulate the media and produce disinformation may be motivated more by ideological and political values. In many parts of Asia, this is very much about the disinformation economy, which is, and many disinformation producers that are primarily financially motivated, right? They don't have a lot of actually ideological values. So, and this disinformation economy is global, right? So it could be, for instance, in Indonesia, we find evidence of click farming. So click farming basically refers to the practice of generating clicks on advertisements, websites, and social media posts. I heard the minister talk about bots, for instance, right? But when it comes to actually looking at these kinds of disinformation producers, not all of them actually use bots. The attempt to try and detect bots that may be producing disinformation can be limited because in many parts of Asia, labor is cheap, right? There's a limit to how much we can do with detecting bots. The second point I'd like to make is also how, let me talk about the responses I've been seeing in this part of the world. And these responses I really kind of categorize broadly in 3 sort of areas. The first type of responses are platform-led or sector-led, right? I will give some examples of that. And the second type of response are really very much driven by the state, right? Quite positively, we also see initiatives that are citizen-led, right? So for instance, platforms in the last few years, I think especially after Cambridge Analytica, right? They have been doing a lot in terms of trying to come up with features, mechanisms, and also come up with actually their own policies in terms of detecting coordinated activity, right? To try and minimize, right, the dissemination of misinformation, disinformation. But it's not just coming from platforms. In Singapore, for instance, we have, and this is very, I think, a very aspirational kind of case, right? We have hospitals, doctors actually working with media, people in the media industry to come up with media literacy campaigns to actually educate their own patients, especially older patients who may not be so savvy in terms of understanding the kinds of falsehoods that are online, right? And this was very important to carry out, especially in the context of COVID and with a lot of falsehoods that were generated about COVID-19. So that's actually 2 examples of what I consider to be platform or sector-led initiatives. The second set of, I guess, responses are things like regulations, imposing regulations, having platforms to comply to legislations, and also kind of nationwide media literacy initiatives. Singapore has been doing a lot of these. And I think for the government, they recognize the importance of also encouraging citizens, communities to do that on their own. So in response to that, they set aside funding to allow citizen groups, right, to just organize themselves and come up with their own fact-checking or media literacy kind of programs. But I think in terms of, on my second point, right, in terms of understanding the effectiveness of all these different kinds of responses, I really want to stress four, maybe 3 points, right, about how it needs to be understood with nuance, right? So Asia generally is a very diverse region. So we have people speaking different kinds of languages. We have also different types of democracies. It's on the spectrum. So, so some are free, right? We have some of our democracies are free, some are partially free, and we have more authoritarian kinds of systems, political systems in different countries. So depending on the type of democracy or authoritarian kind of inclinations, these systems can shape the practice of fact-checking. And it really boils down to actually influencing what is being fact-checked and the independence of fact-checkers. So when I have time, I volunteer. I do some work for the International Fact-Checking Network in terms of endorsing, looking at applications from fact-checkers, applying to be endorsed by IFCN. So I really know that the independence of fact-checkers is incredibly important for the IFCN. However, right, depending on the type of democracy, right, you may not find many independent fact-checkers in certain countries. So that can pose a great challenge in terms of how effective fact-checking can be. Secondly, I think the other nuance I like to speak about is also how socio-political cultures can be quite different. The internet we have today is actually very dominantly English, right? So again, in Asia, right, we do find evidence of certain actually falsehoods and disinformation narratives being more rampant in certain languages. And there's a limit to how far we can reach, right, in terms of checking the falsehoods over there. Different countries can have very different kinds of culture of expression, right? So, so the extent to which they will kind of call out or debunk misinformation they see will differ a lot as well. Thirdly, I think it's also true globally. There is actually a global erosion of trust in both media and institutions. I like what in fact, Dr. Christopher talked about, right? And it doesn't help that we now have also generative AI that's out there, ChatGPT, that may be amplifying lots of actually disinformation and misinformation. So if you are aware of them, it can actually have that impact in terms of the extent to which you trust what you see on the media. But we also have actually eroding trust in institutions because we have seen evidence or that actually information can be weaponized, right? False information can be weaponized by political parties, by different governments, right? Likewise, legislations, right? So for instance, there were mock killings in 2018 in India after rumors about child abduction went viral. Okay, I think my time is almost up. I'll just end very quickly talking about.
Thank you. We will now move to.
Okay.
We will come back to you in a bit, but we'll now go back to the European continent, and Thomas, I think it's if we narrow down now toward the more European. Well, problems are global, obviously, but now more European perspective. Your experience in working in the Baltic states, particularly in the context of Russian propaganda that is just being, I mean, it's been there for a long time, obviously, in the whole of this region, but now has it's being dramatized to the point where we all know it exists since the invasion on Ukraine. So it would be interesting to hear your experience in Riga.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for having me in Sofia. It's my first time here. It's a true honor. Brief 3 words about myself. I work as a senior expert at the NATO Strategic Communications Center of Excellence based in Riga, Latvia. And previously I worked for the European Parliament's special committee that actually investigates foreign interference in democratic processes in all of the EU. So I think I will maybe first kind of set a bit of the context regarding the issues you discussed, and then maybe in the second intervention focus more on the response solution side. So I think from the very outset, it's important to say that in the present kind of context of geopolitical contestation, even war, it's essential that we do not treat or analyze disinformation as some sort of opportunistic enterprise. I would actually even say that just speaking about disinformation or just using the term disinformation runs the risk of kind of neglecting or underestimating the severity of the threat. Sure, there are, scammers and those who peddle conspiracies for some sort of commercial gain. But the problem, I think that the more serious problem that we face is one of disinformation as just one instrument of a broader strategic toolkit of foreign interference. So the panels in the first part of this day really outlined how disinformation can be used to exploit the vulnerabilities of democratic societies, radicalize certain segments of population, polarize debate. And I think it's really commonplace, even in this conference, I hear about kind of democratic backsliding or democratic erosion. I think we should say that it's not really that democracy is in decline. Democracy is under attack, and I think that should be the primary departure point. So the Kremlin alone spends $1.5 billion a year on disinformation operations, and this is just the open public side of it. In reality, it's probably much, much more once we factor in the activities of secret services, intelligence agencies, and so forth. So from NATO's perspective, at the very strategic level, the top political level of the alliance, there is a growing recognition of the role of the information domain and its essential role in executing the core tasks of the alliance, so security and defense. At the same time, there is a clear understanding within NATO that the responsibility for security and transparency of the information space rests on allied nations, right? It's a national responsibility, national prerogative. So what NATO has done is advance its kind of capability of information environment assessment, building STRATCOM capabilities, and supporting innovation that relates to the information domain. So the previous presentation actually did an excellent job of outlining. So AI, quantum, 5G, all of this. So my main message today would be that really we cannot lead by debunking or countering disinformation. So the problems really eloquently outlined by the minister prior. We can lead and succeed by understanding the information environment, investing in new technologies, and building relevant and resilient capabilities. So before we turn to the solutions in the second part of our discussion, I would like to use this opportunity to also bring a bit of a regional perspective from the Baltics. After all, it's not a coincidence that the NATO STRATCOM Center of Excellence is based in Riga. This is not a random kind of twist of fate. The Baltics have really been at the front line of foreign interference, including hostile disinformation, basically from the second that they restored their independence amidst the collapse of the Soviet Union. And as we know, Russia often relies on kind of distracting, creating empty noise, oversaturating the information space with all sorts of all sorts of narratives, even some of them coming into contradiction with one another. But for the sake of time, I won't spend time discussing the funny or crazy ones. I will touch upon a couple that unfortunately are resonating in Baltic societies that really are finding fertile ground, especially against the backdrop of Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine. So the first one really centers on exploiting socioeconomic hardship, using that as fertile ground for disinformation. So Russian proxies, Russian opinion leaders quite effectively link inflation, link the cost of living crisis. The Baltic states are among the highest in the EU that are affected by inflation in the 20%, linking these issues to Western sanctions rather than to the costs of Russian aggression itself. So there is this idea that every step the Baltic states take to cut ties with Russia, whether it's stopping trade or halting cultural cooperation, limiting visas, any step you take to isolate Russia, that comes at a cost. So this idea that, okay, you kind of, you have fun with your moral posturing, but every time you pay 100 euros to fill up your car gas tank, just remember that this is the cost of turning away from Russia. So this is really kind of striking at quite legitimate concerns felt by people, right? It's not something that can be just dismissed out of hand. The second narrative, quite also linked to the first one, is that there are smart countries in the West who look out for their citizens, who manage to kind of get opt-outs out of sanctions and so on, who take all these measures to protect their populations. And then there are kind of stupid lapdogs like the Baltic states who are the loudest advocates for sanctions against Russia, even though they're the ones hit the most, who have positioned themselves as per capita leaders in supporting Ukraine. So Latvia and Estonia, for example, have actually sent 1% of their GDP to Ukraine. That is a, it sounds abstract, but it's a huge per capita figure. They've also donated a third of their military budgets, defense budgets to Ukraine, right? A third for such small militaries. So this idea that the Baltic states, which are not nearly as rich or developed as the Western European states, that despite them kind of having cost of living issues, teachers going on strike, doctors going on strike, all this stuff is being sent to Ukraine. The conclusion, in line with this narrative, is that clearly the political elites are serving some foreign masters, serving some foreign agenda, whether it's in Brussels or in Washington. Political leaders are not serving protecting the interests of the people. Therefore, this kind of crisis of public trust becomes further fomented. A third narrative concerns this kind of issue of militarization. This idea being that the Baltic states, as part of reassurance in light of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, they are undertaking efforts to raise their military spending. They're asking for a greater allied footprint on the ground, whether it's Americans, whether it's Germans, Brits. And this Russian narrative suggests that during times of war or confrontation, small countries would be wise to kind of lay low and hope that the wind blows over. And instead, the Baltic states, by raising defense expenditures, by increasing NATO's footprint on the ground, they're actually putting a target on their back, and they're the ones who are actually kind of, asking for World War III to almost to break out there. Now, what have the Baltic states done to respond to all of this? I don't know if I should leave for the second one.
To that. Yes, yeah. We will come back to that.
But I hope that was kind of a context.
Very much. I mean, it's there are a lot of similarities. I mean, it's a global world, but then when you think about the problems, each country is viewing their problems individually. But when you talk about it in a plenum of this kind, you actually realize there are similar strategies being applied to different countries despite their geographical position or geopolitical position. So very similar narratives are available in the Western Balkans, for example. Valerie the fact checkers have been mentioned many times throughout the day. At one point of time, fact checkers were deemed to be the solution to fight the disinformation. Now we are seeing that it's not all that effective, or there are other necessary measures to be taken. But in the context of this typical narrative that we are seeing in the Southeast Europe, in Western Balkan in particular, but obviously in the whole region, of fact checkers being foreign agents because they're being paid by foreign governments. Now in Germany, where you come from, obviously that should not be the case, or is it? I mean, so your experience as a fact checker, you have a background in journalism, but now working in fact checking, so in your perspective, where does that position you?
Thank you very much for the insights from the other panelists. I can give exactly a little bit of an insight from my perspective from Germany as a fact checker with a journalistic background, also working very much in the innovation of journalism. I do think that fact checking is one good instrument. I definitely agree with some of the speakers before that fact checking is definitely not the know-all and end-all against disinformation. That's of course because there's always the problem that it's debunking rather than pre-bunking, so it's always lagging behind in time a little bit. But I actually think that that's why I also chose the angle of looking a bit more from the journalistic perspective, because I think innovation in journalism and innovation in fact-checking are two aspects that can make fact-checking and journalism even a better tool against disinformation. So maybe a few words more about myself. Maybe connecting back actually to the last presentation, because I was enjoying the pictures that were shown, because I wanted to actually relate to those as well. So if you were active on social media recently, you probably saw the iconic picture of Pope Francis, the 86-year-old leader of the Catholic Church, wearing this massive Balenciaga-style white ankle-length puffer jacket, and you might have thought, what an interesting fashion choice. And then also you might have also seen on social media or in the presentation the pictures of former US President Donald Trump's arrest or supposed arrest in New York, which also spread like wildfire. And I don't know what went through your mind seeing those, but I mean, we all know, and it has been said, they were of course fake, the pictures of Donald Trump, but also the en vogue fashion choice of the Pope. But the images like these, they are very much present in my everyday work in fact-checking, as well as absurd claims, such as the World Economic Forum wants pets slaughtered to fight climate change. Things like that happen every day and are part of my daily work. As you said, my background is in media theory. I'm a journalist, and I'm also founder of the German fact-checking startup Facts for Friends, which I'd like to talk about a bit more later on. But essentially, we are not checking facts ourselves, but we are developing more innovative fact-checking formats, such as short vertical videos, which can then be played out on TikTok or in Instagram Shorts, Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts, as well as share pics, also very much useful for social media. And the idea of this is to make fact-checking more user-friendly, because not only is it always time-lagging, it's also not reaching very many people these days, because especially those who are in social media where disinformation circulates, those people are very unlikely to go on a fact-checking website and look up a very long fact-checking research article. So next to my work in the area of fact-checking, I'm also very passionate about trends and innovations that can help journalism, but also fact-checking to reach digital audiences, or use new formats, and also transform the business models of journalism in the digitalized world. Which is why I also work for the EU-based organization called Project Holy, with which we are building a new digital platform. The difference to current platforms is that the architecture will not be built on the basis of maximizing profit, but rather it's supposed to create a truly public space in the digital sphere, rather than making it just something that helps shareholders' pockets. So my role there is developing a content feed for this new platform, trying to answer the question how journalism can look like in the future on digital platforms. And out of this role, I kind of also want to add to the discussion today, because I think that's the most expertise I can bring into this. So as we have been talking about this a lot, the line between what's fake and what's real is continuously blurring. Images like the ones of Trump and Pope Francis show us that we can't even trust our own eyes anymore, also seen in the last presentation with deepfakes and so on. So the advances in technology will obviously make the creation of fakes a lot easier in the future, and the abuse of this technology is also imminent. And so I think that in a world where we can't even believe or trust our own eyes anymore, what becomes one of the highest values, also looking at what journalism can bring, is trust and empathy. So sort of a human connection, because it's the goal of the spreaders of disinformation, obviously, to undermine precisely this trust. And so the trust in political institutions, the trust in fellow citizens even, and the trust in media, of course. So journalism is facing the challenge to keep or at least regain this trust in some way. But since we're all aware of the problems and the factors that journalism is also facing in the digital world, making this job even more difficult than it already is. So factors such as the increasing competition, where just a click and you're scrolling through TikTok or on Netflix or other apps such as that, the financial pressure due to a loss of the former business model, and then also the time pressure, because journalism still sometimes operates along the line of who's publishing it first. So that also, of course, leads then to a risk of spreading incorrect information and hasty assessments, which are all factors that lead to reducing trust rather than increasing it. So the trends that result in it: news avoidance, news fatigue, and aversion from traditional news outlets. And journalism nowadays, as I said, is just a voice within millions of voices, fighting for the attention of viewers and readers and listeners who are always ready to leave the news app. So journalism must not only regain the trust, but also the interest of many users. And I think they can do this by catering to their needs, listening to their fears, and also speaking their language. So making things a little less complex. So in an age of information overload and disinformation, I think that journalism is more important than ever. So what's changed, I think, in comparison to the former role of journalism, is now this new journalistic role in the new digitalized information systems. So in the past, he or she, the journalist, was a gatekeeper, was an agenda setter, but nowadays I think it should be more the role of a compass, so leading through the way, through the information jungle, and building a solid basis against the influence of manipulation and disinformation. So quality journalism no longer decides what readers or viewers consume, but offers them an orientation and the context, the bigger picture. So to fulfill this role, I think that journalism, at least in Germany, that's what the perspective I can give, needs to say goodbye to a lot of the old business model, not only to the old business model, but also to a lot of the old practices, old ideals, old ways of working, and turn to a bit more creative, sometimes less traditional ways of storytelling to be able to reach those who may otherwise end up in Telegram channels or other sources of less credible or less truthful information. And that really takes courage and creativity, but it can definitely be done, and I'd like to elaborate on a few examples as well later on. Because there are so many opportunities to make journalism and fact-checking much more inclusive, much more constructive, and interactive through innovative formats. So in the end, I think that journalism is both in the pre-digital age, where the work was a bit easier, but also in the current form, in the digital world, the most important ingredient for a critical and resilient public sphere. And I think that this is enormously important, especially now in the times of crisis and war. So that's why.
Thank you. Yeah, the journalism is definitely changing. The question is whether the media business is changing at the same pace. The interest of audience is obviously changing, so it's not the information that they get from the journalists or the media. It's not necessarily to be informed, but to question their own opinions, bias, or something. Natalie, going back to you, I would love to hear just shortly, because I think we're running out of time. Unfortunately, it's been rushed. But just a couple of, if you have a couple, of good practices, something that worked, or at least something that you feel that might work if it's just even in a testing phase. So is it, the whole point of this panel is did we lose? So we don't want to end up saying, yes, the war is lost, we don't have anything else to do. So can we hear some positiveness coming from the South Asia?
Yes. I work very much in the context of Southeast Asia. So I think one thing that works, right, for me is really a multi-stakeholder, multi-pronged approach. I think one thing that I always say is that legislations are important, but it cannot be the only tool, because then we create this world where there are information that's kind of compliant with legislation, and then information that are not. So I really think that legislations need to work alongside fact-checking, alongside media literacy programs that actually need to catch up and move on very quickly as well. So I really like the points that Valerie was making in terms of how journalism needs to evolve. I think the thing that needs to also evolve is actually how we are conducting media literacy programs. And this needs to include not just, very urgently, right? Critical information literacy, but also visual literacy, and also all the possibilities of generative AI. And this is so crucial in terms of building informational resilience. I know I sound negative when I talk about the trends earlier, but I really see a lot of good sides of this happening. In a way, it's already happening. Maybe I'm biased, but I see academics, for instance, actually taking a very active role in this aspect, in terms of translating the research that they do into actually public educational initiatives to really amp up, right, the kinds of media literacy that needs to happen. And I think one other thing that's very positive is, I think we have actually society in general, in many parts of the world, they are kind of on the same page in terms of recognizing that different stakeholders need to work together. We can't just rely on the platforms to take down. And we need to also build up the citizens' kind of informational resilience. We need to work with industry. We need to work with governments as well.
Thank you. Thomas, you mentioned some examples. Let's focus on the good ones. I think we already have pretty dark picture on the possibilities, but let's focus on the good examples and something that we could offer as possible good solutions or good opportunities to try, please.
So neighboring Russia, it's a headache, you know, and it really represents a threat that is kind of cross-domain and very, very much asymmetrical. So of course, the Baltic states cannot hope to match the budget, size, or human resources of the Kremlin's propaganda apparatus. And so recognizing this, the Baltic states have had to make really smart, kind of targeted investments in resilience and capacity building. I will maybe first touch upon some boring ones and then some more controversial, spicy measures that have been taken. So on the safe side, of course, the Baltic states have invested in institutions, institutional capacity. So in 2014, the establishment of the NATO Stratcom Center of Excellence, contributing to the launch of the European External Action Service, Stratcom Force East, where the Baltic states are quite well represented. And as well, institutional investment in media literacy. So they founded the Baltic Center of Media Excellence, which trains journalists and provides a range of media literacy programs that strengthen not only the capacity of the public broadcaster, but also private media to raise awareness of manipulation in the information space. The Baltic states have also offered asylum for Russian and Belarusian journalists that have been forced to escape repression, as well as the bureaus of international media that were previously based in Russia. So, for example, Radio Free Europe, BBC, Deutsche Welle, Meduza, Dost, and so on. And also, crucially, offering support for Ukrainian journalists so that they're able to continue their work while in exile. Then the governments have partnered up with NGOs to really strengthen media literacy and critical thinking of vulnerable audiences. So a range of social media campaigns aimed at engaging young people, but also engaging elderly people by hosting a range of seminars in local libraries and different kind of town hall formats in the regions where they're more based. And another line of effort that is important is involving communicators and the media in military exercises centered around the protection of critical infrastructure. I think that is really an important point to kind of hammer home, is that information is now part of the critical infrastructure, just as is the provision of water or electricity and so on. Now, turning to some more controversial steps that have really been politically unlocked as a result of Russia's invasion that would not have been possible before. Of course, Russia's invasion of Ukraine struck a deep nerve and really, on a kind of societal level, represents the greatest threat to security since the restoration of independence. So, first major step was to outright ban, shut down Russian state-sponsored television channels, thereby kind of directly limiting the inflow of Russian disinformation. Of course, the challenging question touched upon in several panels is that it is easy to ban something and much more difficult to provide quality content in its place. So it's not as if those who were previously consuming Russian state propaganda would now suddenly turn to the New York Times or the BBC, right? That is quite illusory. The darker reality is that they go to all sorts of closed Telegram groups and so on. And so here, Estonia and Latvia have gone down different paths. Estonia has invested in its public broadcaster creating quality Russian language content, granting it a budget of about 2 million a year, which is quite sizable. In Latvia, there is no political consensus on creating any kind of content in the Russian language due to fears about the positions of the Latvian language. So there, questions remain about not leaving a sizable part of this ethnic Russian minority in this kind of information vacuum, which poses risks of its own. And then moving to the really kind of to the debate that continues to polarize and divide society is this broader movement to kind of decolonize society from Soviet heritage, recognizing that a core part of Putin's disinformation kind of narratives are linked to weaponizing history, right? To glorifying the Russian armed forces based on this Second World War narrative about liberation from fascism and so on. In the Baltic states, the governments have now tackled this head-on by removing Soviet-era war monuments, changing street names, and taking similar steps. And just maybe to name one example in this regard. So I don't know if you remember, but in 2007 in Estonia, there was this bronze soldier incident where a Soviet-era monument was moved from the city center to the suburbs, causing widespread riots. Well, just last year in Riga, the monument to Soviet liberators of Riga from fascism, which is physically was a huge kind of obelisk structure, maybe 10 times bigger than the bronze soldier. It was also removed, but no such similar riots took place. And at least our analysis suggests that even if some of the Russian minorities still harbor maybe pro-Russian, pro-Soviet kind of sentiment, this was not, in light of the war, they recognize that this is not the time to publicly show loyalty regarding this. So Russia's really squandering a lot of the historical prestige it had. To kind of wrap this up a bit, of course, a logical question to ask would be, so is Russian disinformation succeeding then? Are these measures and countermeasures effective? Broadly, Russian disinformation is not succeeding. So the Baltic states are some of the countries where war fatigue has not really set in, and in Latvia, where I'm based, support among the ethnic Latvian population for Ukraine, for Ukraine's EU membership, even NATO membership, has actually grown. Among the Russian-speaking population, the situation is more complicated. There it's split around 50-50, and much work remains.
Just a question. Natalie mentioned the problem with multilingual space, territory. So the same goes, I mean, the Russian language was much more present in, of course, the Baltic countries, but also Southeast Europe, because of many different geopolitical reasons. So now it's easier to spread the disinformation because the language barrier is non-existent. So compared to the Western Europe, where Russian language was not that much present. I mean, we had a built capability or built trust in everything that comes from Russia. So now we not only are debunking the propaganda, but also changing sort of the emotions of the people. Has that been tackled at all through the Baltic countries? I mean, have there been any efforts in that direction?
Yes, I think this is really a kind of a pressure point that has been identified, and one of the responses has been to really address this at the root, at the structural level, meaning that after it being a political kind of hot potato for decades, the Latvian government now finally agreed to transition to integrate the entire education system from the start into an all-Latvian education system, which is, of course, been a kind of a controversial process. The idea that we can no longer, in light of this extreme threat to national security, we can no longer afford to have like a two-chamber society. So I think it also needs to start from the level of education, and all of the other kind of elements of the toolkit we discussed, media literacy, critical thinking, all of that needs to be already integrated in educational curricula. It's too late to discuss it at middle age and so on.
Absolutely. Valerie, going back to you, you mentioned also a number of examples that you would like to share. So again, can we focus on the good ones, the positive ones?
Yeah, definitely. Exactly. So obviously, it's always it's easy to say, yeah, we need media literacy, we need more innovative journalism, and I just wanted to give just 4 factors and 4 examples with these factors, which I find really important for a journalism moving forward into a more trusted digital audience. So the first factor that I think is really important is, I've mentioned earlier, reducing complexity, because our world is so complex. Journalism should help to reduce this complexity. This can be done by using the right language for the right target group. It can be done by explaining more. It can also be done by using more storytelling formats to draw the audience in and make them really understand the story behind it. A good example in my eyes is actually the German Tagesschau format on TikTok, which was, I think, mentioned earlier as well. The Tagesschau is, of course, a very traditional public service news channel, but it is also the first German news channel on TikTok. And they have been doing pioneer work there ever since, I think, November 2019. So they managed to provide content relevant to the everyday life, especially of younger target groups, which are obviously very much on TikTok. So they do this by combining topics such as why are concert tickets so expensive, or will there still be homework in the future, with really important current topics such as what's happening in the prisons in Iran, or is Germany delivering tanks to Ukraine? And they are able to do this with the right language, with a bit of wit and a bit of seriousness, and I think that's something that a lot of news channels can look up to for expanding on new social media channels. The next factor I would say is, which connects back to empathy, is listening. So to counteract the loss of trust in journalism, the most important elements in my eyes are humanity and personal connection. So people need to see themselves represented in the news. They need to see their concerns reflected, and they need to feel like they matter, and that journalism actually listens to them and hears them. A great example that I found from Germany is the red phone from the national weekly newspaper Die Zeit. So at the beginning of this winter, people were worried about the gas prices, the inflation. It was a supposed crisis winter was to come. And the editorial office of Die Zeit considered how it could best understand the people's needs and worries, and also portray the concerns of the people rather than staying very high level in their news reporting. So the result is the campaign The Red Phone, which is actually the possibility to reach the editorial office by phone from Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday from 2 to 7 p.m. Somebody will be on the phone, and you can reach them, tell your stories, tell your worries, tell your ideas, tell about your day. It's also something people used when they felt just in despair or very lonely.
So it's like therapy.
It's a bit like therapy. There's a connection. So these stories were then played in multimedia formats, and I mean, this is a huge. It's a great example of making very abstract issues very, like inflation, for example, very concrete and relatable for the readers and listeners. And the third factor I want to mention is innovation. So of course, I'd like to use my own startup Facts for Friends as an example there. So fact-checking, I mean, the young target group is turning away from traditional journalistic formats. For many, even reading short texts is too much to read, and they prefer to watch and scroll through videos. I mean, you can think about that whatever you want, but one thing is clear, it's very unlikely that they're suddenly gonna start turning back to traditional newspapers just because journalism has sat this change out for long enough. So I think it's a matter of innovation and of developing new formats, going into new channels, reaching new target groups. And with our startup, we attempt to make fact-checking more innovative, more modern, usable, and convenient. And we do this, of course, like I've mentioned, by transforming the very long and often very complex research articles that fact checks essentially are into formats such as short vertical videos. This way the fact check can be distributed easily in social media, and it ends up being there where users spend the most time, and disinformation is also circulated the most. And lastly, I think the last factor I want to mention is transparency. Because to keep or regain the trust of the audience, I think one of the most important elements is to understand what journalists are doing. So explaining how journalism, or also how fact-checking works, how it's funded, how topics are covered, why certain topics are covered and maybe certain topics are not covered, that can really help people develop trust. And even better is, of course, if citizens themselves can actually join in and have a say what stories are being researched or what topics they like to learn more about. There's a great example in Germany called Krautreporter, which is a smaller news website that is built on a membership model. So it's not only financed by its members, it's also possible as a member to get involved in the editorial process. Not only are they able to decide on topics and the research that's covered, but they're also often included as experts or as testimonials. So yeah, I've spoken a lot about the role of journalism and fact-checking because, as I said, that's one of my work and my expertise, but I want to also include what everybody else has also said by emphasizing that that's only one fraction of course, the whole against disinformation, because disinformation is, of course, a systemic problem, and it won't just be a matter of just trust in media or just innovative fact-checking or just platform regulation. It's all essential, but it needs to come together. And it doesn't even end there. We've talked about it, and you just said it, it's almost psychological. So I think we also have to see disinformation as a phenomenon that's deeply rooted in challenges of our society. So factors such as social and financial inequality, racism, historical heritage, and psychological effects as well. They all play a role in creating this ground, or this fertile ground, like we like to say, for disinformation. And the panel is called "Can we win against disinformation?" I don't think we necessarily need to win against disinformation. In fact, I think it's almost impossible to eradicate it fully. There was always disinformation. But I think what is necessary is, on the one hand, obviously develop and enforce concrete measures, as the ones we're talking about right now in this panel, making the life of people who distribute disinformation as difficult as possible. That should be the goal. And on the other hand, but I think that's the most important element, is to learn to build enough resilience, knowledge, and trust to live with disinformation as a society, because without this fertile ground, like we like to call it, disinformation can't be planted, it can't grow, and it can't blossom.
Thank you. Yeah, disinformation. When you were talking, I was thinking of men landing on the moon. Disinformation, as parts of the world are still believing is fake. So we have about, well, 25 minutes approximately for questions from the audience. I do have a safe questions for the panelists in case the audience is not interested in communicating, but I do hope that we have provoked. Yes, here is the...
Hello, I'm a Bulgarian journalist, and my question is to the gentleman from NATO's Threatcom Center. Well, in countries like Bulgaria and the Baltic countries, where we have strong Russian influence, propaganda activities, do you think a real democratic debate for NATO policies is possible, so that they are not considered pro-Russian, for example? Because I follow this newsletter of the organization NATO Watch. Have you heard about it? It promotes transparency and accountability of NATO. And I think they have a comparatively fair analysis about NATO policies, but I'm afraid that the current environment in Bulgaria, it's not possible to have such a democratic debate with constructive criticism. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I can't, I'm not in the position to judge the conditions for public debate in Bulgaria, as it's my first time here. But what I can say is that I think within NATO there is really a strong kind of self-understanding that no slick strategic communications or any kind of PR will be able to overcome any kind of, will be able to compensate for any kind of inconsistency with values. And I think that NATO as an organization has really taken a concerted effort to participate in debates and engage various stakeholders. So, for example, in the Baltic states, NATO is really taking extra efforts to work with influencers, to participate in academic debates, even in festivals, work with different types of NGOs and so on. So I think that the days when you know, military organizations solely engaged with procurement of weapons or conducting military exercises, I think those days are long gone. I think that there is really growing momentum. Yeah, I would say.
Thank you. Yeah, please. We have here.
We know from Soviet, first of all, I would say it is a wonderful event and I'm very grateful that I can be present. And I learned a lot. I belong to the older generation, so I'm not so digital as the younger generation. But I have a question because it's a strong debate in Germany now. Already in Soviet times, when Soviet propaganda was very strong, they did not always have to pay or produce propaganda themselves because we have a lot of these so-called, as they were called at the time, useful idiots. We just had a new memorandum, mostly from persons close or directly from the social democratic layer. They published a new appeal to negotiate and solve the war with negotiation, or there is an American expert, Mr. Mersheimer, constantly present in the media and practically, in my view, also spreading pro-Russian propaganda, but I don't think that he is either paid from Russia or even informed by Russia, because he himself is very selective, obviously, in collecting the information he uses. What about that kind of, it's disinformation nevertheless. What about that? I understood, but I didn't watch it, that yesterday on German TV we have a program which is called Hard but Fair, was dealing with this topic, but I do not really know what they discussed. I think actually, it was, yes. But so my question is, what doing about the so-called useful idiots?
Thank you. Who would like to?
Well, I mean, I can only give an answer from a journalistic perspective, and that's probably not a very helpful answer, because essentially that's the problem of, I mean, classic media, but especially social media, because everybody can become a useful idiot in a sense and send out information. I mean, a great example is Alina Lip who's basically an influencer for Russian disinformation, which works extremely well on social media and her own blog and so on. I mean, I think if it's on social media, the only thing that can be done is the classical debunking, the classical also regulation by the platforms, and marking content. I mean, I think for COVID, for example, there was at some point, from some point on, there was always, when there was some sort of mentioning of COVID or of getting a COVID shot, it was always a little disclaimer, beware, there's a lot of disinformation spreading about COVID, no matter if it was real information or if it was disinformation. I think something like that could really help in that instance, because, I mean, you can't, that's also part of freedom of speech, so it's really, really difficult to answer. So I think these disclaimers, debunking, and then on the other hand, again, the sorry to say, media literacy, because that goes back to always looking who that source is, who you're getting your information from, and I think that's something that it needs to be hammered into everybody's brain. That's something that's really important, because then if you go on to Alina Lip's blog site, you look in the Impressum, and then you see where the information is coming from. But yeah, I know the answer is not a perfect one, but that's all I can contribute.
Natalie, do you want to add something?
Oh. Yes, I thought that's an excellent question. And I think we've talked about a lot of tools like fact-checking, media literacy and all that. But I think that question also alludes to that the fact that despite the facts that's put out there, there are very psychological factors at play for the people, right? Confirmation bias, for instance, is very much at play in the way people would actually display that tendency to believe what they want to believe, regardless of facts that is in front of them. So I think, I agree very much that with social media and with more sophisticated tools like generative AI, that production of narratives that may be false will be amplified. And likewise, we'll see more and more people are also following those narratives and believing them regardless of the facts. It is a gloomy picture. And I just want to also add on to that, right? Because also I think that question, I think, also alludes to that production itself. Why and how people produce this information. I was talking about the money aspect, and we may think, okay, follow the money to get to the root, right? To get to the sources. But what I want to say is that given that this is a global kind of economy, a lot of this money may not be so possible to trace. So, so we really don't know where, who may be the real actors at play, right? That's actually kind of buying the production and fueling the production of disinformation. It could be very much a mix of actors that's doing it.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, just as somebody coming from the investigative reporting side, spent years on looking at the organized crime. It seems that there is a similarities in terms of spreading disinformation. Whoever is creating this information is always two steps ahead, it seems like. Same as organized crime. By the time we actually learn how to tackle the organized crime, or in this case, disinformation, they are already two steps ahead. The money issue, absolutely agree with you, Natalie, because we all started checking the sources of money. By the time we did get to that point to check the money, they actually changed the pace and changed the method. So it's not easy to trace it any longer as it was 3-5 years ago. Yes, please.
My name is Petar Karaboev. I'm Deputy Editor-in-Chief of Dnevnik BG, coming from the media side. I'll push the money question a little bit further in a minefield, let's call it this way. As we have a member of regulator of electronic media in Bulgaria here in the audience, think about it. After the last banking crisis, again there was the question, who the God is regulating them? Who is giving them so much billions and they're losing them? So think about, do you think about, should we have a system of rating the quality of the media? AA, Wall Street Journal, Financial Times, whatever. BB Plus, not FATS, but okay, some of German newspapers, Bild Zeitung or some trash CC minus, speaking about the quality. And probably, just probably, in the end of the day, somebody from the shareholders of certain company will raise the question, for God's sake, why are you giving money sponsoring CC minus media, this trash media? Do you think this is something that we can think about? And I would very much like to see Dr. Peng's opinion too from Southeast Asia. Regulating or scale of rating the quality of the media. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie, would you like to start?
That's a great question. And I think it can work, but my sense is that it's also who regulates. And I mean, I think I was talking about eroding trust in institutions. And eroding trust in actually also the state, right? Because yeah, technology these days, they can be behaving like a new state. But yeah, there is actually, I mean, the level of trust differs, varies very much in Asia. But I think in context where there is actually great distrust of the state, if the state is the one regulating, that may not work. So I think what I'm trying to say is that the bigger question, I think the big question is who regulates, or rather who does that standardization and benchmarking. And I think it has to be multi-sectorial, multi-stakeholder as well to deal with the trust issue.
Yes, who controls the controller? Yeah. Anything?
I will leave it for the journalist.
Well, I can add to that. I am aware of the Journalism Trust Initiative.
Yes.
Perhaps you've heard of this. So I think that's a similar approach, although it doesn't strictly look at quality, but rather at credibility. So the way the procedure of working is, and I just know that I've spoken to someone who's applied to with their editorial office, and it's a very long process, and it's very goes through several steps until you actually get get approved. So I think that's something that's trying to follow a similar approach in some sense. But I do completely agree that the problem. I mean, I know from the fact-checking side. I mean, we only work with IFCN approved sources. But the problem is still, even though they're IFCN approved, you still have people saying, yeah, but they're still paid by the government. So essentially, in the end, also the Bild-Zeitung, it will always be sold because the people, they desire the type of writing that's done by the Bild. So I think that also, again, back to, on the one hand, media literacy, understanding how journalism is made and why Bild is doing it that way and FAZ is doing it that way. And then also, I think the problem with this, this way of doing it is, even though an organization might have a label such as IFCN approved or trust approved, if people really don't want to trust them or to read them, they'll still not do it. So maybe it's one step, and I know that the Trust Initiative it's only starting to run, so that it's picking up more and more sources. Let's see how that goes.
Yeah, we went through the process of JTI. It's the certification. It's a good initiative because it comes from the Reporters Without Borders. So it is a professional community. Going back to the issue that Natalie was talking about, who is controlling the controllers? So here you have a professional community designing the whole questionnaire. It is a lengthy procedure. It's a costly procedure as well, but it gives a certificate of trust at the end. Now, the next phase, and the JTI is very much aware, is that they have to make it popular among the readers, among the audience, to recognize that certain publications do have the certificate and what does it mean, which is another, again, costly endeavor that they will have to go through, but necessary, obviously. So it's, we have time for two more questions. There is one here, one more, and then we will have to close up because it's, please.
Thank you. I've got a question on a potential positive example, which is Wikipedia. I haven't read any research on it, but at least I feel like many people do trust Wikipedia, and there's not a lot of misinformation on Wikipedia, especially bearing in mind that it would be a very valuable and, at the first sight, easy target. So if that's a misperception of me, please correct me, but if not, it would be really interesting to hear what we could learn from Wikipedia for other medias.
We can take another question, and then we can yeah.
Thank you, Iveta Cherneva. So my question is for the NATO rep. You said that there were some funny, entertaining examples, then you went to like the more serious Baltic examples of propaganda. Can you share some of the funny ones with us as sort of as a conclusion?
Thank you. Do you want to share the funny ones?
Funny ones.
You open the floor.
I think, just maybe to tilt it a bit. I think maybe less funny, more absurdist examples. So, for instance, one, of course, really horrific crime perpetrated by the Russian-backed separatists in Ukraine was the shooting down of the MH17 plane. And I believe in the ensuing 3 months, something along the lines of 12 different Russian disinformation narratives were kind of promoted, targeting Baltic audiences. So in the beginning, it was that, it was Ukrainian missile system that shot it down. Then it was that it was a Ukrainian jet that shot it down. And so these narratives gradually evolved to the point that the final one was that actually the people on the plane were already dead. And it was just a plane of, dead bodies flying through and so on. I'll maybe think of some more as I go, but just, really playing with the realm of possibility.
Yes, unfortunately. Wikipedia, does anyone? Natalie, would you like to comment on Wikipedia?
I can respond to that.
Okay.
I remember the early days when Wikipedia came out. in fact, people were talking about it as this cesspool of misinformation, right? Because it's sort of non-professional, non-expert knowledge. But we know, I like the gentleman's question, we actually have moved on from that point, whereas generally, I mean, we have students, we have people actually citing with Wikipedia. It's an example of the power of the crowd, right? In a way, I'm actually, I know of instances where Wikipedia have been Wikipedia pages have been hit with misinformation, but the crowd controls it, right? The crowd comes in, the community comes in and corrects it. But having said that, I just want to also share that actually Wikipedia is hit by a lot of misinformation. So in 2021, for instance, Wikimedia Foundation, which is the organization that looks after Wikipedia, they released a code of conduct, in fact, very much to address the issue of misinformation and manipulation of Wikipedia pages. So I'm happy to share the link to that code if there's interest.
Thank you. I think it's time to close the panel. It's been a long day for all of us. I would, instead of my panelists, which I thank them for the time and the energy and particularly good work that all of you have talked about and investing in fighting this plague of the 21st century. Let's hope it's only staying in this century. But I think it's a combined effort. We did not lose, we did not win, but at least we are recognizing that we have a problem. So it's a multi-stakeholder approach that is necessary to fight disinformation. It's not only journalism. Journalism is obviously here to stay. It's not going to fail, as some of the previous sort of predictions were going in a direction that journalism will fail to survive. Journalism will exist. That we'll have to find a new approach to journalism to fight for the facts, to fight for the professional standards. But we also have to add in education system. We also have to look seriously into the media literacy attempts to all society. It's not only for the kids or elderly, it's a whole society approach. It's a combined effort of government, civil sector, journalists, business, and everybody in order to create a resilience. I absolutely agree. We'll never make this disinformation extinct, but at least we have to build the resilience of the society or societies to deal with the disinformation. On that note, we are giving back to
as you said, it's been a long day, but I hope that you enjoyed it. I mean, we had very rich discussions. We started early in the morning with such an exciting speech. I never heard such a speech on disinformation by Georgi Gospodinov. After that, we went to the region, and we have good understanding of the state of disinformation in Southeast Europe. After that, we moved to the issue per se. So we now have a better understanding of the disinformation, what is the way of spreading, how it affects our societies. And we finished by measures and policies which we have to take to tackle this. Not to forget the speech on new technologies, because it's the future. Thank you very much. And on behalf of the organizers, Media Program Southeast Europe of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Sofia Security Forum, and the Association of European Journalists Bulgaria, I would like to thank all speakers who found time to come here to Bulgaria or join us online. Thank you from Natalie from Singapore. I thank you all for coming here and talking about these important issues. What I got from this conference is that probably we have to concentrate not only on them, because there will be malign actors. They will challenge us. We have to focus on us, what we shall do, how we shall build our resilient societies, because it should be the whole society approach, holistic approach on these issues. But also we have to think whether we shall be on the defensive mode, or we shall develop more offensive capabilities to build. This is the question which we have to tackle. I have good news and bad news. The bad news is that we exhausted the program. So that's all. The good news is that we can continue in a more relaxing way. We'll provide an opportunity for a networking with some refreshments, so we can continue informal conversations. But before I get to exit the plenary hall, I would like to ask you to join me in thanking our last panelist, and of course all other contributors to this, I hope, good, useful endeavor. It won't be the last one. Please check our websites regularly, because I'm pretty sure that Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Sofia Security Forum will offer you more and more opportunities to get together. Once again, thank you all. Also, I thank our interpreters and the technical team. And again, thank you very much. And that was all.